Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful June 23rd day. And what a week was last week. We had two of our most favorite events that occur in Town of Stony Plain. We had Midsummer Thursdays, which happened last Thursday. There was a little bit of rain sprinkled, but the clouds cleared up just for us so that we can have a good event. And for those that are not aware of Midsummer Thursdays, it's the third Thursday of the month of June, July, and August. And that's an opportunity for us, members of council and members of our business community, to connect and engage with our residents. We have many people that come from all over the area. I think there was a couple conversations with members of Spruce Grove residents that wanted to move to Stony Plain, so we'll be looking for different building types for them as well. And then we also had our first summer sessions that was on Wednesdays, and it's a 9-week program every Wednesday down over at Heritage Park, another community event that allows everybody to come as you are, bring your lawn chairs, and enjoy the live music. So great to see those summer events kick off. Members of council, there is an agenda before you. Administration, is there anything to add to the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing further to add at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hansard, for the motion, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council adopt the June 23, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay. Thank you. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Moving on with our agenda. So number 3 is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders to talk to council about anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay. See none. We'll move on to number 4 of our agenda, which is presentations and delegations. Today we have 2. The first one is the appointment of the next deputy mayor. Okay. And administration, anything to add to this?
Through your worship, no, there's nothing to add.
Okay. Thank you. So the next deputy mayor is Councillor Loynes. She'll be replacing Councillor Hansard as we go through a 4-month rotation process with members of council. All right, 1, 2, 3. Councillor Loynes, would like to be sworn in first, or would like the motion first? All right. Councillor Anderson for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council appoint Councillor Melanie Loynes as Deputy Chief Elected Official for the term of June 23rd, 2025 to October 31st, 2025, or until the appointment of the next Deputy Chief Elected Official.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Councillor Loynes, if you can join me up front. Okay, before we move on, next agenda item, Councillor Hansard, thank you for your term as Deputy Mayor, and I appreciated you stepping in for me in a couple of events that I was not able to attend, and representing Stony Plain very well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And moving on to 4.2 is the RCMP presentation, and we thank Inspector McGilvery for being here again. And this is a quarterly event where the RCMP shares some stats with us so we can have an understanding of what's happening in our community and allows us to kind of better plan for the future. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Stoney Council. Like Mr. Mayor said, I'm here for my quarterly stats. I've got some information on our annual performance plan and a couple of good news stories I want to talk about as well. When the PowerPoint was built, we had some updated stats following that. I think you were provided the May stats. The ones on the PowerPoint are actually from April. So I'll go off the May stats if that's all right. Going through the list, there's a couple of things that stand out to me. Under the persons crimes, under that first category, you'll see that the assault charge or assault files have gone up fairly significantly over the last year. And I should point out that these stats are from January 1st to the end of May, and they're compared to the previous 4 years. So there's 5 years of stats. So last year, which was fairly on par for the last 4 years, was 60 files in that first 5 months. We had 90 this year. So that one is up fairly dramatic. I am happy to report that our property crime is way down. Really nice numbers, actually. I'll hit some of the highlights under the property crime. You'll see the break and enters went down from 42 last year to 24 this year. That motor vehicle thefts went from 40 last year to 27 this year in the first 5 months. And theft under went from 101 last year to 83 this year. So it's nice to see those trending downwards. When you look at the stats from last year, I would suggest that there were some prolific offenders out at that time last year, because last year was a bit of an anomaly. They were significantly higher than other previous years. And it looks like this year we're kind of back down to the norm. So I've chatted before about prolific offenders and what they can do to our stats. And when we look at prolific offenders, we have a crime analyst that works in our office, and he is in constant contact with the prison system, and he's made aware when prolific offenders are being released. And if we have a prolific car thief or somebody that makes a living stealing catalytic converters or what have you, we can almost see the day that they're released that those stats start to go up. We focus our crime reduction unit on those folks and try to take care of that problem before it gets too large. I think I hit something. Okay. Perfect. Sorry about that. On the second page of stats, you'll see, again, things are fairly consistent across the board, but one that jumped out to me was the Mental Health Act. We went from 140 last year down to 94. And again, you can see through those 5 years, they do fluctuate a bit. They went from 150 to 114 to 100 to 140, and then this year 94. I would suggest with that, as you're aware, we had an RPAC team, a mental health nurse and a Mountie assigned to mental health response and to assist our other members. And they've been in place here at Parkland Detachment for about a year or so. So I would like to think that that's potentially part of the reason that we're trending down, but we'll see over time where that number goes. The RPAC team, for those that aren't aware, it's an RCMP member and a mental health nurse assigned specific to the response of mental health crises. And they attend along with our members when they're on shift. And they have access to more health records and stuff because of the nurse on board. And so we see a different type of response when they're able to assist, and some ongoing care as well in the community, outside the hospital setting. And then I just wanted to point out near the bottom, the persons reported missing. Went from 24 last year up to 43 this year. That stat, it looks, well, we track anything, any people that are reported missing that could be of high risk and that type of thing. So we see a lot of our missing people are from the group homes and that type of thing that are gone for 2 or 3 days at a time and then they return. So these aren't people that are long-term missing typically. We score them this way to say, keep an eye on this. This could be a high-risk situation. We put a little more resources into that simply to try to get them back home and into a safe environment because they could be at high risk if they're out on the streets. And the other one I just highlighted on my sheet, just simply because assaults went up so high, but you'll see under the domestic abuse survey code, they went from 131 last year to 112 this year. So I am happy to say the assaults are not up because of domestic violence. It's other related assaults. So. And you may recall, I believe it was my last council meeting, when we discussed the annual performance plan and setting some goals for Parkland Detachment and some initiatives. So I just want to give you a little update. Our fiscal year runs April 1st to March 31st, so we're just completing our first quarter now. These stats are a little bit outdated just because I had to have the presentation in 2 or 3 weeks ago, but we've got two priorities. One is crime reduction, and the other is communicating effectively. So under the first one, the crime reduction, we're measuring two things. We're completing property crime projects this year, and we're completing drug projects this year. That's what we're tracking. We do many more things, but those are the ones that we're tracking. Under the property crime projects, I know there's one on the sheet, but we just completed another one just this past week within the town of Stony Plain. One was a shoplifting blitz that will be running throughout the year, throughout our detachment area. And the one that we ran last week, it hasn't hit the media yet, but it's essentially a John sting. So it's dealing with human trafficking and trying to educate Johns in the use of sex trade workers. So watch in the coming days, there'll be a press release put out. There's no charges laid in that quite yet, but I can say that there are charges pending. So once they become sworn in the court, we can release numbers and that type of thing. So yeah, it's all about human trafficking, and a lot of people are dragged into that world to feed a drug habit or other types of habits. And it's our hope that if we can engage some of the Johns that are in that trade, that we can deter them from partaking any further. Under the second, and I should say, the second initiative under crime reduction is drug projects. We don't have any currently on the go. We're still wrapping some up from our last fiscal year, but there's some really good stuff coming down from that one too that will make headlines here as soon as charges are laid as well. I hope sooner than later. But as for this fiscal year, we haven't started any quite yet. Under communicating effectively, some of these we've tracked the last couple of years. I think they're important. When I spoke to different councils, they thought it was important. A lot of it is about visibility of the police. First one is foot and bike patrols. You may have seen some of our folks on the paths here in town, or lots of foot patrols in the downtown core as well. As of the building of this PowerPoint, we did 22 this fiscal year, and we're aiming for 100 throughout the year. School visits, as you're aware, we've got 2 full-time school resource officers in this detachment that cover 4 schools, but we've got 38 schools in our detachment area. So Constable Hinman is assigned to, our goal is to hit each of those schools once a month throughout the school year. And he has done 55 out of the 200 at this point. He's doing anything from tour of the police car to different forensic presentations to recruiting drives within the schools. So he's been well received, of course, in the schools. So that is a good initiative. And then we're looking to do 100 different community engagements as well, public engagements. Some of the ones we've done here in Stony Plain, we've done 14 in total so far this year. Some of them that we've done in Stony Plain, we did a preschool police car tour. They did a cadet corps tour of the detachment. May see some future Mounties in there, hopefully, we'll see. We attended the Emergency Preparedness Day here in Stony Plain. They completed a fraud presentation. We were fully engaged with Farmers Days. They attended, Constable Gord attended the Indigenous grad ceremony, and I believe it was Constable Hinman attended the Pride flag raising here at Town Hall. Just wanted to touch base again on some of the good news stories. We've had some successes. I tried to pick kind of one a month kind of thing as leading up to here. In January, this was a proactive vehicle stop. Our members were on patrol in Stony Plain and saw a suspicious vehicle parked at the recycling depot. And when they engaged that person, determined that he was on warrants, so he was arrested on the outstanding warrants. And subsequent to arrest, they found some methamphetamines and cannabis on this person, so he's been charged with that. There was an armed robbery at one of the gas stations here in town. There's been a couple in this quarter, same people, same person, we believe. But this one on March 7th, it is a youth that's been charged from that. And I just highlighted that one because it was a pretty good investigation. Our members utilized video surveillance, neighborhood inquiries, and that sort of thing. So we had some help from the public, and we're able to identify that youth. And they're working on different things to try to get him some help here now to deter his need to commit armed robberies. The third one, this was, so the stolen vehicle that was recovered on April 23rd. This was actually done not by our detachment, but by the crime reduction team out of K Division. Probably 6 months ago or so, they created this team with provincial funding. So they're essentially a crime reduction unit that goes province-wide. And because they stole 2 of our members to go into there, they've transferred in there. They're very familiar with our area, and they work well with our team. We request them out here quite a bit, so they spend a lot of time in our detachment area, which is a good thing. On April 23rd, they were tracking a stolen vehicle that came into town here. They were following it from outside, but it came into town, hit a couple of properties, and once they were able to safely secure that vehicle and the occupants, they found this person was charged with PSP, possession of stolen property, for this stolen vehicle, and he had fentanyl, methamphetamines, and firearms on him. So another good stop there, proactive stop. And then the last one, you may have seen this one, it's been floating around social media a little bit. Our members were on patrol again in Stony Plain here and located a suspicious vehicle. They attempted a traffic stop. This was in the middle of the night. Well, beat me around midnight, I think it was. And they attempted to stop. This vehicle fled. We had just finished another pursuit, and the helicopter was up. They were able to track that vehicle to the area that he went to, and he tried to get into another vehicle and tried to steal that vehicle as well. But our members were able to contain him and take him into custody. He's been charged with flight from police, dangerous driving, theft, resist arrest, and impaired driving. So that's a handful of good news stories, that successful stories, I should say, that came to a successful conclusion for us. A couple of you, I believe, came with us when we went and toured the Real-Time Operations Center. This, again, was an initiative by the division, put up about a year ago, just over a year ago, with provincial funding. And essentially what the Real-Time Operations Center is they have sergeants, staff sergeants, they've got an inspector in there, and they are overseeing the entire province, the policing operations for the RCMP. So where that's beneficial, especially to small detachments, is if there's a single member with 2 years service working by themselves up north, they're able to call in and get advice from an NCO. So there's closer supervision that way. In the Real-Time Operations Center too, they've got great technology in there. They are the ones that are overseeing pursuits, because those are high risk, of course, as you can imagine. They utilize technology like ATAC for tracking our members. And so they're basically quarterbacking all those high-risk calls for service. And they can coordinate with our municipal partners as well, Edmonton, Calgary, and some of the smaller municipal forces. So we've seen some great cooperation, and with them assisting with quarterbacking these things, we're seeing some great successes. They can, of course, see all of our vehicles are GPSed. The members carry GPS, so they are GPSed. So setting up containment and stuff is this is a great thing for containment. So we're seeing a lot of success from there. And while I was thinking about the real-time operations center coming into effect, I think this was probably going to be my last presentation to this council prior to election. So I got thinking about some of the things that together we've been successful on, and some of those things we've been able to get the body-worn cameras rolled out. We did the pilot here at Parkland Detachment with your support, and they are fully outfitted now. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you remember our first meeting when I first took on this role. You asked me what I would like to do, and I said I'd like to see the front counter hours extended. We were able to extend those, providing a better service to the community. We implemented the Engrave It to Save It campaign for catalytic converter thefts. We've started using social media. It's a little slow going right now, but I'm happy to say there's an ME being hired. Some of the interviews were completed last week. I think the last one is being completed here in the next couple of days. So in the next month or so, we should start seeing a lot more activity on our social media. Just three other things that we've been able to see successfully completed. We implemented the Special Investigations Unit, so it's a unit of 5 members in our office that specifically do domestic violence and sexual assault investigations. So in the higher end ones, we implemented the Collision Reporting Center, and some more technology that we're modernizing with is in the use of drones. So I just want to say thank you for your support over these last few years as council members, and a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been able to do without your help and your guidance and your assistance. So I appreciate that. And I am open to any questions that you may have.
Good. Thank you for your presentation, and definitely we appreciate those comments about council support. Whatever members of council in our community, thank you and your detachment for the support and the safety that you provide in our community. I think many of us can say that we go to bed at night safe and sound, that knowing that if there is an issue, the Parkland RCMP will be there to assist and do anything that's required to make sure that we are safe. So thank you for that work. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Councillor Hansford, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Inspector McGilvery, when you first came, it was joy that we had our new inspector in place, and we've gotten to know you over this council term. My read on this is that this council has developed a good working relationship with you, and I believe that the working relationship with all the RCMP has greatly improved. However, if you want to climb to the top of the popularity list in the RCMP ranks, you need to become a school resource officer, because it doesn't take much to, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. If you go to one of the graduation ceremonies, who gets the most cheers and pounding and thumping of enthusiastic support? It's that school resource officer. So I think your resource officers outstrip you probably 10 to 1. I personally have enjoyed having you as the inspector of our RCMP. Appreciate your warm greetings wherever we happen to have an opportunity to be together, and the way you have led and heard us and taken it back. And I particularly enjoyed serving on the policing committee. So thank you for all of that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hansford. Deputy Mayor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question when it comes to your good news stories. A year ago, almost to the day, there was a very big incident in High Park where a stolen vehicle hit another vehicle, throwing it into a house. A person was injured. I was just wondering if by chance you had any update on that you could share.
I'd have to look at that one. I don't know off the top of my head. I can't recall, but I will look and get back. I know the incident you're talking about. I can't recall what happened with that one, but I'll let Mr. Hill know.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Inspector McGilvery, thank you for being here this evening. Certainly, yourself and your team are a very, very important part of what happens in our community and certainly community safety. You highlighted some of the things that I had pulled out in terms of success stories, which I think is fantastic. Since day one of this term, we heard a ton about motor vehicle thefts, and to see that number start to go down is great to see, whether that's prolific offenders no longer being out or whatever the cause. Certainly there's a lot of work that yourself and your team do to see that come to fruition, so we're very, very grateful there. Catalytic converters actually haven't heard a ton as of late, and probably Engrave It to Save It had an important part in the reduction we saw there as well. So some great things going on. The mental health piece always stands out for me. Certainly we've had several conversations in this forum and outside of this forum about the importance of our RPAC team and what that's going to look like for our community. I know initially there were some staffing concerns getting the nurse availability and so on. And one of my worries was with the Ministry of Health restructuring over the last year or so that might impact the RPAC team. And just looking maybe for a quick comment there, have we seen a negative impact in terms of being able to secure the staffing that we need for the RPAC team, or have things carried on as we hope they would?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we definitely had some challenges initially, staffing the nursing part of it. It's staffed now, and it should remain staffed. It's so important, too, to get the right people in the right jobs. And Tommy, our member, and Katie from HS have both been amazing, and they're great in that role. And, maybe my next presentation, I'll bring them with me to present as well. But no, right now, there's no fear of losing those positions that I'm aware of. So we should be good. And now I'm going to work on getting a second team, so we have better coverage.
I think it's something that is so vital. You know, we talk to different organizations and they service different populations in our community, and mental health always seems to be a part of that. And so being able to remove some of those calls from the justice system, putting them onto the health system where they can be better served, I think is critically important. And so we're very grateful there. Another one, you mentioned Constable Hinman. I believe it was about a year ago that a pilot project was started looking at community engagement role with him. You mentioned some of the statistics this evening, but just wondering, is that a position that we can expect to continue, or are we seeing the end of that pilot project?
Yeah, thanks for that question. He is now a permanent member of our community policing unit and doing those roles. He's essentially quarterbacking that section of our annual performance plan, the foot and bike patrols, and the school visits. So no, he's doing well too. Most people, or a lot of the kids anyway, know him as the mustache man. He has got quite the handlebar mustache, and he's very community minded. He's great with the kids. He grew that mustache just to be recognized by the kids, and they fell right into it, and they call him the mustache man.
Well, dedication and commitment to the role, but certainly it's stuck. And whether it's the kids or community members, certainly I think there's some mustache jealousy that exists when we get to see him. You mentioned the armed robbery at the gas station and how there was a reliance on some well-located cameras. Just curiosity, were those cameras that were accessed in that investigation part of the capture program?
They were not, but I still encourage people to register their cameras. And interestingly enough, on the way over here, I heard on the radio for a member to, like on our police radio, for a member to be going to the front counter because there was somebody asking about how to register their cameras. So it is still out there, Parkland Capture, if you choose to register your cameras. And what that's used for is if we're in an event that time is of the essence, we can go to that list to see who's possibly got video surveillance that might have seen that event, and it's just a quick way to get information out to our members. So I encourage people to go. You can withdraw your name at any time. We don't want to, we don't access your cameras. It's simply, we need your phone number in there so we can phone you to say, hey, did you capture this on your video surveillance? Parkland Capture.
Perfect, and I appreciate that plug, which is where I was going to go, and certainly in promoting resident participation and engagement and business participation and engagement in community policing and the role that we all have in ensuring we have a safe community. And so I know there's been conversation about how that capture program helps speed up investigations and allows things to move a little bit quicker instead of having to find and ask for the possibility of that footage. And so certainly an important piece. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll send it down back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson, and thank you for those comments and questions. We'll move it over to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your presentation this evening. It's always great having you in chambers to kind of hear what's going on. Just three things this evening from me. The first is, so you did highlight the assaults, and looking at the 5-year change, it's gone up, I think it's 20%, and the year-over-year change is up 15%. But you also see in mischief, there's a 121% increase over the 5-year with a 24% increase this year. And then in disturbing the peace, there's a 150% increase over the 5-year with a 35% increase this year. And these are ones where there's many files, so it's not a small number of occurrences that are really skewing the percentages. I'm just wondering, what kinds of activities are we seeing? Are there things that the general public could be more aware of, more involved in to be either aiding the RCMP in, reporting these or in preventing these, or, and are they correlated? Are the assaults correlated more with the disturbing the peace and the mischief? Are we seeing more, I guess, public unrest?
It's a good question. So there's a couple of different things with the mischiefs. So mischief is essentially any damage that is done. So that might be any type of vandalism, spray painting, graffiti, that type of thing. But it could also be scored at that as in a residence if two people are arguing. Maybe there was no assault there, but they were arguing. One person's not welcome there any longer. It's essentially interfering with the lawful enjoyment of their property. So there's those couple of different types. Could be actual damage to property, or it could be interfering with that lawful enjoyment through, I don't want you in my house anymore. So society is changing, and people call the police for a lot of things where, maybe years ago it might have been, it's time for you to leave, and the person leaves. But just nowadays there's a lot more arguments and that type of thing that we're seeing. And so I think you see a lot of the mischiefs being scored as that unlawfully in that house.
So, thank you. And would that be similar to disturbing the peace then, where it would be more of like a public occurrence of something similar?
Yeah, okay, good point, yes. So the disturbing the peace is in a public atmosphere. So it could be in a park. Again, we see a lot of mental health issues. We see a lot of drug addiction issues out in the public, and people are calling those in. And we ask people to call those in because, people may need help and that sort of thing. So we encourage people to call those in. And cause disturbance publicly could simply be that. Somebody high on a type of drug and screaming in the park and that type of thing, we do see an increase in that.
Excellent. Thank you. If I may, Your Worship. Go ahead. Excellent. Thank you. The next question that I have for you is one that's been a fairly common question that we get since the detachment combination between the Spruce Grove and the Stony Plain detachment into the one building at the Parkland detachment. I know we love it when you come and present these reports to us because we start to see the statistics, we see the activity. We do hear from you very often about the fact that our members are very busy. Yeah. I'm just wondering, because we continue to get asked that question, Are there more things that you are currently trying to do to increase the RCMP's visibility overall? Obviously, like I said, we know you're busy. We understand that, patrols do still occur, but maybe not as frequently as you'd like because of the amount of time your members are spending active on calls. But are there any initiatives or anything that you've undertaken to try and increase that visibility within the community?
Yeah, like a lot of we say random patrols make random results. So we really try to get those focused. And we rely on the criminal analysts' information. And so we gauge some of our patrols around there. And again, that's to encourage people to call in too, because if, you might have your vehicle broken into or the door handle lifted and somebody rummaged through it, you think, I don't want to bother the police. But we need you to call that in because we need to know what type of activity is going on there. So we center our patrols around that. And that's kind of why I was pointing out some of those good news stories. You would have noticed that some of those were by proactive patrols. And I don't know about you folks, I work Monday to Friday now and not up at night, but I think all of those occurred midnight, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning kind of thing. So we might not see a police car driving down the street when we're all out, but they are targeting specific times and areas for the crime types we see in town.
Excellent. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And you hit a very important point that I think is something we've heard a little bit more of that apathy to, my car was rummaged through, but nothing was taken, or, something was taken, but nothing's going to happen anyway, so, why bother? And as you mentioned, that reporting is an incredibly important piece, because if the reporting doesn't happen, you don't have the statistics to drive the decisions in regards to that enforcement. So appreciate you bringing that up. The last question that I do have, if I may, Your Worship, is just, I was fortunate to attend the annual address for the town of Devon the other week. And the town of Devon was mentioning a new partnership with the Parkland County Detachment and a little bit of a service change for them. And obviously, being that the Parkland Detachment is our detachment, I'm curious if you can kind of shed some light and let us know what that program is, how that might impact us, cost, benefits, etc.
Yeah, we're doing a 1-year pilot with the town of Devon to have them reporting in through Parkland Detachment. So historically, Devon Detachment, the town of Devon, of course, has the municipal contract there. So Devon RCMP just polices the town of Devon. They don't go out into the county any which way. They had a sergeant, a corporal, and 6 constable positions there. We have, during this pilot, which is running from April 1st, 2025 to March 31st next year, we're running without a sergeant there. We're running through the management of Parkland Detachment, which puts another constable on the street there. So essentially, the town of Devon did have on-call members after, I believe it was 2 a.m. With this new model, they're able to have 24/7 policing, just like we do here. They're mirroring our schedule here at Parkland Detachment. With that, they've only got 1 member on shift each of those times. So there's 4 members of that group that are posted to Devon Detachment, and the others are working out of Parkland Detachment, running Parkland calls up here, and we're using those person hours to backfill on sick days and vacation days and that type of thing. With that, we are also going down to back them up because 1 member, can't go to every call by themselves. So we back them up. And then they reciprocate as well by patrolling our southeast corner of our detachment area. They've been taking calls into that area and doing proactive patrols down there as well. So we're gathering a ton of stats. We're 3 or 4 months in here right now. We're gathering a ton of stats, and so far it's been favorable. I've said right from the get-go that Parkland Detachment doesn't have any resources to give up. We can't be losing in this, and I don't think anybody expects us to either. But with that, I think between the 2 detachments, we can find some efficiencies, and we can both benefit from it. If it looks like throughout this year that things are going well, we will start to look at some administrative changes as well. Right now, it's just operational. And they've changed our radio channel, they've changed to our schedule, we're sharing operational resources. But as we continue on, we may be able to find some efficiencies administratively as well. So I think early indications are it could be beneficial to us both.
Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you, appreciate that. And, you know, you brought in a couple of the highlights where it'll benefit us, where it's benefiting another municipality, and I think anytime we have that opportunity to work together and provide better service all around, it's fantastic. What I'd be very curious of, and again, you might not get to see this report sitting at this seat the next time you bring it in, but the statistics that you show us are particularly just for the Stony Plain municipal side. And the number of calls, the number of events, the number of files is quite large. So I'd be very curious to see, in relation to the detachment itself, what the full number of calls, the full number of files for the detachment are, and what percentage of those files are within the town of Stony Plain. Just to get a real understanding of, as you said, the watch, while we have dedicated members from a fiscal standpoint, the watch supports each other. And so we have members that come into Stony Plain that aren't necessarily tagged to Stony Plain. We have Stony Plain members that'll go into Spruce Grove or Parkland or Devon, provincial members and so on and so forth. So be really interested to see kind of what our piece of that pie looks like.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually. I will add that to my next presentation, the overall stats. Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you again for this evening.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Inspector McGilvery. Appreciate all the stats and all the work you put into that. And I wrote down all the lists of all your successes there. That's actually quite the list, so appreciate that. My question, though, is just to piggyback a little bit on Councillor Laurie's comments about patrols, and maybe also grab some of the comments about Inspector Hinman. We're in the midst of our graduation season, and so the graduations and the safe grads and all of these things. I'm just curious if our Inspector Hinman is hitting up these graduations. Do they make it out to any safe grads? What, like, I guess you'd call it proactive patrols, possibly?
Yeah, so Constable Marshall, the SRO, is involved in the grad ceremonies themselves. Because the safe grads and that are outside the realm of the school, we don't participate in those per se. We are made aware of them. Depending on where they are, we may be making patrols by. If it's on private property, we may not have the grounds to go on there even. But we're made aware of where they are, when they are, and certainly if there's calls for service, then we would be stepping in.
Okay, thank you.
But as somebody mentioned about Constable Marshall, he is very popular. If you've ever had any kids going to any of the schools that he's part of, everybody knows Gord, and he does participate in the grad ceremonies.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think when Constable Gord took a leave there and did something else, he was quickly brought back in. I think the kids did miss him, and I think he missed the kids as well. So that was actually great to see him back at the graduation ceremonies. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Inspector, for this evening. It's always nice to see you come out and to talk about what's going on in our community. I think one of the things that I find, though, is you don't talk about a lot of the things that your members do in our community. And I think that's something that's also important. So I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you personally. I've noticed an uptake within our region over the last few years under your watchful eye of members participating in multitude of functions, from open houses, grand openings, special functions, rotaries, rodeo. There's a number of them that you guys take and participate in, and it's not always in a uniform. And I think that's what's important, is we're seeing members in our community on a personal level. And I think that's well acknowledged. So thank you to you and your team for doing all that you do within our community. I don't need to ask any more questions, as most of the council members have gotten that far. So being the last one, I'll just make the comment that pass that on to everybody that's in the detachment. We notice that there's an uptake within all of our community here at the Tri-Region in the presence of the RCMP. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, if I can just comment on that real quick. I think it is important, and thanks for bringing that up. Our members are our members are citizens of these communities, just as everybody is. And we call this home. I've called Stony Plain home for 10 years and become part of the community. And I think it's important to be part of that community as a volunteer and to see the great things that are happening. And you're absolutely right. You mentioned Farmers Days. I saw you out there. Thank you for volunteering. I saw some more members of council out there. Thank you. And yeah, we had a number of people volunteering specifically at Farmers Days, both our members, but our administrative staff as well. So they deserve the kudos as well. But yeah, we've got baseball coaches, hockey coaches, Kinsman members. There's all sorts of people volunteering in our community. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, definitely, thank you, and just follow up on that, and I think from my conversations with many community members, they definitely appreciate that community outreach. I think many times when we think back, through our childhood, usually our first interaction with a police officer or RCMP is when we do something bad. So having that positive engagement all the time, and having an officer in the school system, and having even having RCMP during our Midsummer Thursdays, they park the car there, the interaction with the children and people, it's a different atmosphere when you can kind of get access to those RCMP members as not as the big guy that's coming to your door because somebody did something wrong. It's like, now we're actually involved, as you said, in the community, which gives that bridge and that gap. So when there is a need, you're more likely to go to the RCMP because of that personal connection versus, I don't know who these people are. So thank you for that. Members of council, any other questions for clear and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the second opportunity here. I had a similar question to Councillor Laurie, actually, that was just waiting to see how it would come up or if it would come up, and that's related to the statistics, or in a broader sense. Councillor Laurie talked about it in terms of the overall detachment statistics, but my ask was going to be back a little bit further. We see statistics back to 2021. When I came on council, it was post-COVID. We know that there was sort of a tremendous shift in society during that time through COVID, going back to, I think, January 2020, something like that. And some of the discourse that we hear within the general public was, sorry, let me back up just for a quick second, but October 2019, the new detachment opened. COVID hit within 6 months and everything shifted. And so there's been a lot of dialogue and maybe public belief or assumption that we see less than we used to. And so certainly, we appreciate, again, the statistics that come forward, but we haven't seen anything that would predate that shift to the new detachment, and certainly before COVID. And so my ask this evening was going to be the possibility of a 10-year review. So similar to what we see here, going back 10 years instead of going back the 4 years that we see. Certainly don't want to create a huge project for you, but I do think it would help us better understand some of the trends and if there is been or has been any shift in what we see. Now, I appreciate that our population has grown over that time and there would be other factors for consideration, but I do think it would be a good way for our residents to see over a longer period of time how that's been impacted.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions for clear understanding from members of council?
Yeah, I was just going to mention, just for Councillor Anderson there, yeah, there are, and I've made a note of that too. I think that is a good thing too. We'll take a look at those 10-year stats and compare them. When I speak with administration, there's a number of different stats we look at too. We don't just look at the calls for service. We look at criminal code files per member. We look at police to population ratio. We look at response times. There's a number of different stats that we look at, and I can say that I feel Stony Plain, their contract, your contract, is in line with where I'm comfortable with it, and which is nice to see.
Which gives us some confidence that you don't feel like you're dealing from a shortened deck or, the like. So we appreciate the comments there. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate those conversations and comments. And definitely, as we always say, we know what we know and we don't know what we don't know. So we don't see the stats. It's hard for us to prepare and do our capital planning to increase resources to the RCMP. So in terms of of stats similar to that. I know your idea of presenting is to see what's happening in our community. So we have a good understanding of that. But in relation to the overall province, how are we doing? Are we more dangerous than other communities our size, or are we really well? Like, we see what we see, but we don't know what's happening outside our community.
Yeah, that's a good question too. That is another stat that we look at, is the crime severity index, and that compares our level of crime to every other community in the country. And I would say we're fairly average across the country, but I'll pull those specific ones too for our next presentation. Because they can be found online as well. They come out once a year at the end of the year. And from what I recall, we are fairly, I believe we're average.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, I see no more hands up. I do have a question in terms of, you mentioned that the stats go up and down based on releases of certain individuals that are prone or have been known to the detachment for doing property damage or stolen vehicles and stuff. So in terms of that we know who they are and we know when they come out, is there an avenue to keep them in there longer? Because if this is a repeating cycle, we know it's going to come out. So can we prevent that from happening?
If a person's convicted in court, they get a sentence. And once that sentence is done, part of it may be a probationary period. So when they get out, they may be under probation, they might have, or parole, I should say. So they may have conditions. We keep a closer track on those folks. We check their curfews. Some of them are wearing ankle bracelets, monitor bracelets. So we maintain an eye on those. But once their sentence is done, their sentence is done. And they're back out into the community. If they reoffend, we can bring up their criminal record and their past criminal history in a bail hearing, and that may help us get them remanded at that time. And if they're convicted in court, the judge could look at that as an aggravating circumstance that they've reoffended. And if they choose, they could give them a stronger sentence at that time.
Okay, thank you for that. I have another question. In terms of just recently, the provincial government changed the parameters for photo enforcement. I think Stony Plain was not affected by that because we were already doing a lot of those initiatives anyways. Actually, I think we spearheaded a lot of those initiatives. So throughout the last couple of reports, have the detachment noticed an increase in motor vehicle accidents without the use of photo enforcement?
Yeah, it's a good question. I just presented on this at our neighboring city to the east here, the city of Spruce Grove. That was public presentation as well, so I'm not speaking out of turn. The town of Stony Plain, our stats are almost similar to each year, so we haven't seen a difference here. The city of Spruce Grove has seen an increase in collisions. It's probably still a little too early to say if it's directly related to the elimination of ATE. But I can tell you, in my experience, the higher the speeds, the more probability is that you're going to be in a collision. And if you are in a collision, the more severe that collision is going to be if the speed is higher. So yeah, it's something that we're certainly monitoring. We haven't seen a change in Stony. We have seen the change next door. So we'll monitor that over the next year and adjust enforcement accordingly.
Thank you, and definitely look forward to that. I think, like, as mentioned, Stony Plain has when we first added traffic enforcement in our community, that has shifted to make sure it was enforcement about safety in our school zones, playground zones, construction zones. It was not about generating revenue. It was always about the safety of our community. So I'm glad to hear that even with those changes that are made by the provincial government, our stats didn't change because we've already implemented those kind of avenues into our resources.
Yeah.
Okay. Last chance, any other questions, comments? No. So on behalf of our community, thank you very much, Inspector, for your work and your detachment's work. Definitely looking forward to hearing kind of the update in maybe a year or so about how the pilot project went with the Devon RCMP. I think if my memory serves me correct, I wasn't paying much attention to community events and stuff back in the late 80s, early 90s when Spruce Grove and Stony Plain detachment started working together, and eventually K Division brought them together for better services, better patrols, and also better enforcement for our community. So I look forward to that presentation, hopefully in a year or so. And then I appreciate, I think members of our council has mentioned many times, is please report the incidences that you see in our community. There's a lot of times that our officers will not do anything, but it'll be recorded. And that's one of the biggest things. The town of Stony Plain prides itself because we do pay for a criminal analyst that will take all that data and compile that, and that helps Inspector McGilvery and our Proctor detachment with the proper patrols and where the enforcement is necessary and at what times too. And I love your example earlier as well. Some days we may not see a patrol car in our community, but most of the crime that does happen is in the evenings and they're getting caught. And that's reassuring to myself and to members of council as well, is that you are there. And sometimes we don't need to see you. We just got to know that there is proper resources for that, and look forward to those conversations about increasing and enhancing our services in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, member of council, we will deal with that a business item later to accept those stats. So moving on with our agenda is number 5, which is the statutory public hearing for Willow Park Stage 10A. Let's take a quick recess, and we'll come back and we'll deal with the public hearing after that. Thank you. Right. Welcome back to council chambers. Council took a recess, and now we're back to continue our agenda. Moving on with number 5 is the statutory public hearing, and this is the public hearing for Willow Park Stage 10A. So again, this is part of the Municipal Government Act laid out by the provincial government that we have to have a public hearing to allow residents and stakeholders to have an opportunity to officially speak in front of council. So this is what our public hearing is about, and it's regarding Willow Park Stage 10A. And how it goes is I will call the meeting to order, and the presentation will be from administration. Council gets the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then all those that, then the presenter, the applicant gets to make a presentation. Again, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then all those that are in favor will be able to make a presentation, a proposal. Then all those that are not in favor, and all those that have a general comment. And at every stage, council gets the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. And then if I can just ask all comments be directed through me as the chair of the public hearing. Okay. So with that, I'll declare that the public hearing for bylaw 2721 LUO/25 for Willow Park Stage 10 land use bylaw amendment be opened. And go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Worship. So, as indicated, we are here for the Willow Park Stage 10A Land Use Bylaw Amendment. So in terms of the land use planning framework in Stony Plain, we're at the 4th tier, which is the land development. This is where we generally talk about defining boundaries, land rights, and servicing of land, so typically subdivision and servicing information directly linked to the land use bylaw. In terms of an aerial context map here shown on this slide, you can see this parcel of land or the area of land for the bylaw area in red, approximately here. To the north is the parking lot for St. John Paul II Catholic School. This is directly adjacent to the highway, kind of between Highway 779 there and Willow Heights Drive, which is the main access into the school's parking lot, and just off of Willow Park Drive. This is the last phase of Willow Park. As you can kind of see both sides of the road there. It's undeveloped right now, but does have some planning approvals in place. This one here would just look at, for the western block on Willow Heights Drive, just what was originally planned for 3 lots. So as shown here in the area structure plan, the area is highlighted in the red circle. Those 3 lots, when they were serviced, there was a service constraint that indicated, or that led to it being one single area with one service as opposed to 3 as originally planned. This here is the reason why the applicant has come forth to change the zoning from I'm just going to move forward here, from a C2 to an R7. This here allows for one single building on a larger lot as opposed to what was planned as 3 separate smaller lots. Again, the zoning or the servicing constraint is the main driver for this. In terms of the area structure plan here, it is indicated as residential detached dwelling in terms of its land designation. However, administration has seen this, and it's such a small area that it doesn't necessarily require a change to the Willow Park area structure plan. Just some notes on this is that in terms of the area, the current zoning allows for about 3 to 6 units. The R7 would allow 4 to 9 units. In terms of just some simple regulations, like front setback is anywhere between 4 to 6 for the R2 as well as for the R7. For the rear lot setbacks, 7.5 to 6, and in the R7, it's 6 for both. Side yard actually is slightly larger in this case, going from 1.2 to 1.5, and the height in particular, which again is a lot of the massing potential, is 12 meters for both. So again, when it comes to difference between a low density and a medium density in this case, very similar, slight increase potential, but a lot of those setbacks mean that the building pocket is very similar in either case. So moving on to the advertisement. This was posted on the town website. There was a notification sign also shown. And it has been brought to the Planning Advisory Committee. Their discussion and their notes are attached to the lead sheet with a general support as their recommendation. And then there was a mail out as per specific provisions of the MGA to adjacent lots shown on the right here in red. Again, fairly straightforward zoning. One area from an R2 detached dwelling residential district to a multi-unit building residential district. In terms of the next steps, we're here at the public hearing on June 23rd, 2025. And after this public hearing, we'll have the opportunity for council to make second reading and third reading on it if so it desires. Again, if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, you had the opportunity to read the package a little while ago when we did first reading. Any questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to be real clear around a couple of things. One of them was discussed by the advisory committee, and that was under general. They were concerned, if I read this correctly, about the parking. So could you please explain that for those who are watching now and later on the live stream?
Okay, thank you. So the question is in terms of parking requirements for an R2 versus an R7.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard and all of council. Right now, depending on if it's just a single unit that would be for each of the original planned lots, they may allow for, in the R2, a secondary suite. So the number of parking would be between 6 and 9 on-site parking stalls. In terms of the R7, the amount of units there, as I mentioned earlier, is between 4 to 9. So depending if those units are studios or one bedrooms, there would be 4 to 9 on-site parking. And if it was 2 bedrooms or larger, they would need between 5 and 13 on-site parking stalls. So again, it might be slightly less, it might be slightly more within the same vicinity, going from either 4 to 13 stalls instead of 6 to 9.
Thank you.
Further to that, Mr.
Go ahead,
Mayor.
Councillor.
I just want to get some clarification too, please. The town went through our bylaws and made it possible in many areas of Stony for basement suites and so forth. Will basement suites be allowed in these units, or would they not be able to have basement suites, which then would likely require additional parking?
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard. Again, if it was developed under the R2 as the 3 lots, it would be allowed to have basement suites. In terms of the R7, it just talks about a single building. So again, it depends on how that building is designed. It doesn't specify how many units, or if they could have what you might consider something like a accessory dwelling unit or not. It just indicates that the number of dwelling units in that building itself is between 4 and 9 units.
So if I'm
Councillor
understanding correctly, it will be a multi-unit building which would not lend itself to any suites other than the ones that are constructed by the developer. Is that correct?
Councillor Hansard, that is correct. So in the R2 zoning allows for additional suite. So out of the 3 lots, you can have 6 dwellings on there, or if this is, council rezones this to a R7 as has been asked, then the possibility is between 4 to 9 suites. Okay. Any other questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. The challenges when it comes to servicing, I was wondering if you could add to that. How did that happen?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer. In terms of the servicing for this area, it basically slopes grades from the northwest down towards the southeast. So kind of this area that we're talking about here is the high point for the larger undeveloped portion. And it slowly grades again to kind of the Willow Park natural area. As part of that, specifically for the roadway, the northern portion of the roadway is the highest point. So when they put the utilities in there, they were slowly going from the southern part of the road northward, slightly being elevated. Now, to accommodate the level of the parking lot for the school, it's further south, it's lower down, it's lower elevation. So at the very end there, the road actually decreases in elevation despite the coverage over the pipes that you need for insulation so the water doesn't freeze in the winter. So basically it got to the point where you'd need to be insulated for the northern area, and that didn't match the standards that we had allowed at that point in time. So when they did the conceptual level analysis, it worked, but when they did the details, the slope and grading, there wasn't enough grading above those services, so they would freeze in the winter, so it wasn't able to be done.
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe you can just paint me a picture, because I'm sure everything can be corrected. What would it look like to correct this and so that you could have the 3 lots?
Through your worship, the Councillor Meyer and all of council. The short answer is it would take a great deal of effort. They'd have to pull, the developer could likely speak to it more detail, but there's a greater than not likelihood that they'd have to pull if not all the pipes to reset the grades. As the manager's indicating, there's a depth of coverage issue as they get closer to the school. And so the servicing constraint is that they couldn't creep into the frost lines. So there would be a great deal of effort and likely a lot of resetting of the current utilities to do so.
Councillor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And I'm going to go along with that questioning because I'm a bit perplexed at why we have gotten to this point when, if they realized this was a problem when they were developing it, why was it not stopped at that point in time and brought back to engineers for proper engineering to be put in? So we're not sitting here today at this instance trying to figure out why we should be changing something that should have been done right to begin with.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to all of Councillor and specifically Councillor Pletchko. In this case, this work was done as part of the Highway 779 improvements that were done, I believe, I want to say 5 to 7 years ago. As part of that, the parking for the school site, the access to that was removed, and a right in, right out, even then was limited. It's just currently a right out. So this service road did need to be created. So originally the work was being done by the applicant. Given the speed at which the province was doing the improvements to 779, administration did need to step in and kind of take over, I guess, some of that engineering. So ultimately, when we then had our engineering consultants look at some of those details there, it didn't match the standards in place. Now, I don't know detailed history in terms of the standards had changed since the conceptual was done or not, but ultimately when we looked at doing that work, because this was done by the town to actually finish the servicing work here, but it needed to meet the timelines that were kind of, I guess, indicated by the province in terms of getting that work done by Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. So it was a little bit of a factor of the timing, the fact that it was started by the developer and that the town had to actually commit to building this road to meet the improvements to the provincial highway.
Good. Go ahead.
If I could, Your Worship?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So help me to understand, if today this was not to pass, what would that look like for the developer? Is that go back to the town's responsibility to make that lot accessible? Does that go back to the developer who did not make that lot accessible because of improper engineering? Help me to understand, for clarity purposes, where that puts us today without moving this 3 lots to 1.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko. Ultimately, if council was not to approve the bylaw, it would stay as an R2. The applicant would have the opportunity to build a single detached home with a secondary suite as a potential. There's some additional options in there for, minor home occupations and things such as that. But it would limit them to building a very, one single building on a very large lot that would be just a single detached house. So again, if someone wanted to build a very large house, say something you might see in Genesis, technically something like that would be possible. But again, from what we've talked to the developer in terms of the project that they're trying to put in this area, that's not something that they're looking for to move forward, and why we have the rezoning application before council.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none. Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So this is the time that we will allow the applicant to make a presentation if they choose. Does the applicant like to make a presentation? Thank you. There is a sign-up sheet, so if you can sign your name in there and then actually speak directly into the mic. There's a little button to push, and it turns on, the mic turns on red, and you can speak to that. If you have a PowerPoint presentation, you need to send it to our staff.
Very good. Thank you very much. I've signed in there and I have a presentation. We'll just load it up. There it is. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Greg McKenzie. I'm a land use planner. More recently engaged with this project since the owner has taken over the subdivision. So again, the presentation by staff was quite thorough, and thank you for the questions. I don't have a lot to add to that, so I will keep it brief, but I'm here today to help support answering any detailed questions from a planning perspective, and we also have Human on our engineering team who can speak in more detail to the servicing requirements for the site. So again, the existing single service is the real challenge here. Our client wants to develop in accordance basically with the approved plans that are in place, but simply cannot do it without essentially inheriting the cost of resolving the multiple service challenge with the grading and the existing infrastructure that's in place and the costs that would be associated with that. And the alternative of developing, say, a single large single detached house on the home isn't really economically feasible, right? Undertaking this project in this area under the approved plan, the budgets are kind of set on the assumption that the 3 lots would have been possible, which they are no longer feasible due to this servicing constraint. Right? I won't spend a lot of time on this. The municipal development plan, the area structure plans, and zoning are all kind of in place for this area, and the proposed R7, while it would technically permit more density than what's envisioned under the existing zoning, what it does is it offers us an opportunity to develop the site largely in accordance with the approved plans, but without having to incur all the cost of removing existing infrastructure and all the disturbance that would go along with that. As Miles described, due to the site configuration and the size of it, we can't really achieve much more density than what's already permitted, even with an uptick in the zoning to an R7. We did explore some other options, looked at R5, looked at R6, but there are those zones include other provisions, like the R6, for instance, would have been another good alternative, but the minimum site size under R6 is 0.4 hectares, and we only have 0.1 hectares, so we can't apply that zone. We looked at some of the other zones, they only allow, say, 1 unit or 2 units on a single site. So without subdivision, we wouldn't be able to use any of those zoning options either. And to create sites, we have to create services, and to create the services, we have to remove the infrastructure. So R7 is kind of the only zone that would work in this scenario of trying to create the density that's in the approved plans without subdividing and going back to the servicing challenge that we have before us. So really, that's it for my presentation, and we're more than happy to help support administration and answer any questions that we might be able to answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your comments. Members of the council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the applicant, can he just explain then how they're deciding on making adequate parking for the 4 to 9 units?
Okay. So in terms of going to an R2 to R7, in terms of how are you going to address the parking on the 3 lots?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. I think similar to the scenario where we would have, say, the 3 units, where all parking for those units under the bylaw would have to be on site, we would have to do the same, we would have to provide the same type of scenario under R7. The parking that Miles described for each of those units, depending on how many units ultimately are there, would be on-site parking. We're not at a point yet where we have a detailed design for the building and parking on the site, but we would have to provide that in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw, which lays out, how the size of the stalls, the number of the stalls, where they can be on the site. So we would have to work inside that box of the unit that we have right now.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This piece of property, the whole 10 acres, has languished for a good many years, so it's good to see something come forward that will be other than weeds growing on that lot. However, could you please tell us who the developer actually is? You're representing the developer, is that correct? What is the name of that developer?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, thank you for the question, Councillor Hansard. The name of the developer is Surjit Sidhu, and the name of the company is Exclusive Developments.
Okay. I think they were involved a few years ago. I think the whole subdivision was called Exclusive something. Is this same developer looking at doing something with the rest of the 10 acres?
Through your worship, thank you for the question. Yes, we have a subdivision application active right now as well to the east for what we're calling stage 10A2. And if you recall from the plan, there's kind of a loop road, an upside down U, and this would install that first section of the loop and lots on both the north and the south side of that. And then a future subdivision, we haven't applied for the next stage, would have the cul-de-sac that extends eastward from that. So we have an application for the subdivision to the east in process right now.
Thank you.
Actually, it's approved, sorry, it's approved. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you. That is good news in that this isn't just a one-off piece of property you want to do something different with. What I'm curious about is this special consideration that you're looking for on this piece of land right there next to the school parking lot. If the servicing isn't feasible as it stands now, under the old zoning, for that small piece of land, how does any of that 10 acres now have feasibility? Or am I thinking, well, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, but I'm hoping that I'm going to get a no to that. I'm wondering if that means that eventually we'll see the developer come back to us wanting special consideration on the whole 10 acres. Is that what we have to look forward to?
Through your worship, thanks for the question. No. As Miles described, the challenge that we have right now is that at the point of the south end of our lot that we're looking at today, the road that was installed starts to dip towards the north. So the drainage at that lot wants to go north, but it can't. It needs to go southeast. So we have a service there that does drain in the right direction. The challenge is installing more services like that to the north because we can't get enough coverage on those services. The area that we have the approved subdivision on, it works, and there are services extending west already. And as we continue to go east, and as we continue to develop towards the east, the services still work. It's only this very northwest corner of the project area of the site that we're kind of stuck with right now that doesn't work from a servicing perspective.
My thanks through you, Mr. Mayor, to the developer. I appreciate those answers very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding from members of council? Go ahead, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for the presentation. And this may be a question for you, or may be better answered by our administration, just refreshing my memory in our land use bylaw. A good balance of what is to the east in the subdivision is zoned as R4, the mixed form residential district. For the mixed form residential allows for row house dwelling. I believe it's up to 4 units in that row house dwelling. Is the consideration for not moving to R4, is that because R4 requires individual lots? Is that why we have the difference between R4 and R7 in this instance?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, thanks for the question. The challenge with R4 is that its maximum density is 2 units per lot. So if we zoned this single lot to R4, we would still only be able to achieve like basically a massive duplex development, which isn't really feasible. We're either significantly underutilizing the site or creating giant units that aren't really marketable in this location. So that's our challenge with R4. We kind of looked at every single zone, and each one of them has some kind of a constraint, either maximum units per lot or minimum site size. R7 is the first one that we could find that would actually work.
Okay.
And that's my consideration on that, is like with the R4, although it allows for a 4-unit row house, essentially a 4-plex, each one of those units has to be its own individual lot. Whereas in this case, you require the consolidation of the lot because of the utility servicing. Is that in line?
Through Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay.
Even to get 4 units, we would have to split the lot and install a new service, and then we're back to square one.
Excellent, thank you. And so then one further question in relation to that. We heard through administration's presentation and so on and so forth that based on the R7 zoning and the size of the lot, there was a maximum, I believe it was, of 9 suites or 9 individual units. Is that correct?
Through your
That is
worship
correct.
to Councillor Laurie, that is correct.
Thank you.
Also, just to note that each lot in something like the R4 needs independent servicing as lot to establish those lots.
Yeah, and that was that too. So the question I have then in relation to the rezoning of this to R7, had it remained R2 with 3 lots, it would have been a maximum essentially of 6 dwelling units, would a primary dwelling unit and a secondary suite. If we were to move forward with approving this at R7, would we be able to add a variance essentially to that approval that would create a maximum number of dwelling units at 6 rather than 9 to maintain the proposed density of the R2 lots?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, that amendment would be possible. We'd have to craft it, but it would be possible.
Okay, thank you. And then just a question to the applicant, because I did see heads nodding there. Would the applicant have any aversion to there being a maximum covenant of 6 domiciles on this one lot?
Through you, Your Worship, no, we're more than happy to accept that.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I see none. Thank you for your presentation, and you'll have an opportunity to summarize later if you like. Thank you. Right, moving on to the next phase of our public hearing. So all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Does anybody in the gallery like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw change? Okay, I see nobody stepping up. We'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that are opposed to the bylaw change. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in chambers like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw change? Okay, I see none. We'll move on to the next phase. All those that have a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw change. Administration?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Anybody in the gallery likes to speak a general comment about the proposed bylaw change? Okay, see none. Move on to the next phase, which is allows the applicant to provide closing comments if they like. Okay, you're good? That's good. And we go on to the process. Administration, how we followed the section of MGA 216.4 to complete this public hearing.
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. With that, then I'll declare the public hearing for bylaw 2721/LUO/25 for Willow Park Stage 10A for land use bylaw amendment being closed. And we'll be dealing with this later in our business items under, well, bylaw under 8.1 a little later tonight. Thank you. With that, the bylaw public hearing is closed. Members of council, moving on with our agenda. Number 6 is the regular council meeting minutes from June 9th. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council approve the June 9th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any errors, submissions, or questions on those minutes? I do not have any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Move on to number 7, which is the council boards and committee minutes. We're looking at one tonight, which is the Tri-Municipal Leisure Facilities Center, the TLC. Councilor Meyer with motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council received the council board and committee minutes for information.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review those minutes. Any questions or comments to our councilor appointee at this point in time? Okay, I do not have any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. All right, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. And today we'll be dealing with 3. So the first one is 8.1, and it's to deal with bylaw 2721/LUO/25, and that just coincides with the public hearing we just had. Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to all council, given the information and presentation at the public hearing, no further information is presented by administration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. We've already had questions for clarity and understanding from administration, so I'll just dive right into it. Councilor Loynes for motion for second reading, please.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2721/LUO/25, a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 2719/LUO/25.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, second reading is on the floor. We will deal with comments, questions, and debate on the motion. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, administration, for the presentation and for the applicant for being here this evening on it. I think one of the only concerns that I had when this came forward was the fact that the change to R7 to accommodate the servicing challenge did come with the caveat of a potential of change in density and the number of dwelling units that were available on this. And it seems very clear from the developer this evening that there is no intent necessarily to change what would be the capable density on this. However, we do understand that when we make a zoning change, while the developer may have whatever intentions, for whatever reason that project may not move forward, something could happen, some challenge could occur, they could sell the property off, etc. And I just want to make sure we maybe have a little bit of protection in here to stop unforeseen circumstance going forward where next thing we know there is a 9-unit building being constructed on this property. And so I would like to propose an amendment, and if administration has specific wording, I'd be happy to review it. But essentially, I would just like to see an amendment made where there would be a maximum of 6 dwelling units permitted within this R7 property.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. I think you asked that question. I think members of council are thinking similar conversation. Administration, if that was a amendment that went through, is it easier to add to the development permit when it comes through?
Your Worship, maybe if council wishes to discuss a bit further, I know we're working on the amendment right now. I think we have the intent and the understanding of what is intended on the amendment. And I would just ask, we probably might need a couple of minutes here just to confer and make sure we got the right wording that would legally meet the intent of the proposed amendment.
Okay, thank you. So go ahead and draft that, and then I'll let members of council have that conversation while administration is drafting it. Okay, Councilor Laurie, you've spoken to it, and I think understand where you're coming from. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the proposed amendment? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify something that was shared with us by our Manager of Planning and Infrastructure, Mr. Dibble. If I'm not, or maybe it was by the developer, the suggestion was made that when the road that closed off the development along Highway 779, that closed off what used to be the entrance into John Paul II School parking lot, that had to close, and a road had to be constructed, which is the road that runs to the east of this particular lot that we're talking about, plus the other units that will be built to the south of that, that the road had to be built because the access for school buses, et cetera, would be coming off of Highway 779 into Willow Park, turning on, I think it's called, forget what the name of the road they've given to that is now, but it would be turning on that short little road to go in to the parking lot. I don't believe the developer had started any of the work toward the road. When 779 was being upgraded, did Alberta Transportation or did the town of Stony Plain have to pick up the tab for creating that road to allow access into John Paul II School parking lot?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hansard. So the concept here was that Alberta Transportation was in the process of updating 48th Street, 779, and part of the responsibility of the developer was to construct this road. At that point in time, the developer started, it did not have the means to complete it. So the town stepped in terms of a agreement that the town completed the road and the servicing that provided the developer the ability to, again, have these lots rezoned. After a year, then we started charging interest to the developer, which we are continuing to collect interest right now as we speak until that amount of money is paid for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate knowing that because I did understand that the developer ran into trouble, could not complete the road, as was the agreement. And
Actually, let's back that up. The developer did not run into problems. The developer's timing did not match the timing of Alberta Transportation. So when somebody owns the land, they can decide when they want to develop or not develop. This development was pushed ahead because of the work that was done by Alberta Transportation, which made this road necessary now versus later on.
Sooner than the developer wanted to do it.
As you mentioned, this lot has sat empty for many years, and the developer was, again, in the process of getting things ready to go ahead. It was just not part of their timeline. So when we wanted part of Alberta Transportation's timeline, that's when we stepped in to fund it, to complete it under our own contract, and then we charged, and now we're charging the developer back with interest.
I'm glad to hear that there's some money coming back to the town, and I think you found a very gracious way of wording all of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on kind of the amendment? And right now, the amendment we're dealing with is adding a unit restriction to the R7 zoning. Okay, administration, are you ready to, did you write that up?
We're getting close, Your Worship. I'm just going to take a peek at it myself now.
Okay. Councilor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you then to Planning and Infrastructure, with the potential of a maximum of 6 units, could you tell us what the maximum number of parking would be required based upon that?
Okay. Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Lawrence, the parking would be a maximum of 6 to 8 parking stalls.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pacheco?
I was going down that same type of questioning. How is that going to work? I guess maybe administration can help me to understand too, that Willow Heights Drive is what it's called now. How do we control that drive-through at the school with that type of development that's going to go there. You know, when we look at, that's an exit, part of the road, it's an exit to that portion of it. However, that's also filled with school buses, children, and parking for staff at that school. And yet it's become a major through on that main road from Willow Heights, and we only have a right out. How do we mitigate a portion of that going forward?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko, just for my clarity, you're asking about during construction or after construction of the center?
After construction.
After construction. So as the proponent has outlined, there's a couple of considerations that they have to look at during their detailed design. This is currently just the planning phase. So those are questions that we would be asking during their permitting stages and discussions with the town, being mindful that this lot's location is as a very close proximity to the school. It is the main connection for, as we've discussed at length tonight, for the buses and drop-offs for those that use the school during the year. So those are things that we'd have to discuss with them how to limit those impacts by nature of their development and the proposed change that they're bringing forward to council tonight.
I appreciate that. It's a conversation that you're able to have with the developers going forward, so that helps.
Okay. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to confirm on the parking here. I'm just looking at our land use bylaw, table 4.1.1.a, the off-street parking requirements. If this did happen to have 6 two-bedroom units, it would require 7.5 parking spaces plus, because this is considered a multi-unit dwelling, would it not also require the visitor parking? So would we not actually be a minimum of 9 on site if it was built to its complete maximum at 6 units over 2 bedrooms?
Go ahead. My apologies, Your Worship and Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Laurie. Could I get the question repeated?
Yeah, so just looking at the parking requirements in the land use bylaw, because this would be considered a multi-unit dwelling as R7, it's then subject to the requirement of a visitor parking space. So per 10 dwelling units, it requires at least one visitor parking space. So anything under 10 dwelling units would require 1 visitor parking space. Then in a multi-unit dwelling, we also require 1.25 spaces per dwelling unit with 2 or more bedrooms. So if this was 6 dwelling units of 2 or more bedrooms, we would be at 7.5, which gets rounded up, so that would then be 8. Plus, because it's an R7 and a multi-unit dwelling, it would require 1 visitor parking stall, which would then make the minimum on-site parking stalls 9. Would that not be correct, being in a multi-unit dwelling configuration?
Go ahead, administration. I think council just recently changed those parking bylaws when we, restrictions.
Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, I believe you are correct, and that there was an error said earlier in the sense that yes, there may need to be a visitor stall added for the multi-unit dwelling, so this would increase the required amount by 1, given that the overall amount would be less than 10 as it rounds up.
Excellent, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that so that there was noted all around.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate on this? Administration, have you drafted the amendment?
Your Worship, I believe we have. It's a bit of a tricky one, so I think we can get it up on the screen, but Your Worship, we may just need to look at this ourselves again. It's that, Your Worship, or frankly, we will need to take a quick break and let the 2 people that are specifically, talented to draft this, allow them the opportunity to check in verbally and in person. We're trying to do it somewhat over Teams to make sure we're hitting the right things. Sorry, Your Worship, if we could have a 5-minute break, that would probably we would be able to just talk it through and get it clean.
Okay, so the amendment is just to limit the number of dwellings to 6 units.
Yeah, we understand the intent, Your Worship, but I do wish it was that simple. But we are speaking of, certain lots, certain areas, subject parcels, so on and so forth. And we just want to make sure we get it right because it is, it is legally challengeable, so on and so forth.
Okay, sounds good. And with that, then there is a pending amendment as soon as we get it on the floor so we can actually read it. So let's take a 5-minute recess, let administration mull that over, and we'll get that on the screens. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Council took a recess so that administration can draft the proper wording for the amendment. Administration, that is drafted. Can we put it onto the screen, please?
Yeah, Your Worship, thank you for the opportunity to take a little time and try to make sure we had this proper. And I think there you go. Again, it is speaking to different sections in the bylaw, so on and so forth. And maybe I'll just ask our manager of planning to do a quick walkthrough on the wording that's in front of council now.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to all of council. So the wording that you have in front of you here makes reference to 2.8.5, which is the development regulations under the R7 district. Specifically under there, under subsection 2.A, this is the one that deals with the maximum dwelling units. So right now it specifies that there's 80 dwelling units per hectare as the maximum in the R7 when considering development regulations. This here would place an exceptional clause on that states except where the maximum number of dwelling units is restricted to 6 dwelling units per lot for the portion of Plan 102-5523, Block 5, Lot 8, which is the lot in question, shown in Figure 2.8.5. And it would add, after that section, a figure titled Figure 2.8.5- Area of Maximum Dwelling Unit Restriction. Now this would then be a map that we would make that would replicate the same area as in the current bylaw, titled as such.
In the lead sheet, and correct me if I'm wrong, it says the portion of Plan 102-5523, Block 4, Lot 85.
I didn't
Being
make it-
amended and is expected to be approximately 0.110 hectares lot base.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, I believe you're correct. There was one error when making this, and it should be Block 4?
Block 4, Lot 85.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, that is correct. My apologies for the error on the law reference.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. And that was lot 85, I believe.
85 is correct.
Okay. Since we're still just kind of wordsmithing, just double check that. So is that lot 85 after the 3 lots have been amalgamated? Because each one of those lots would be a separate lot right now.
Through your worship to all of council, the reason it's worded this way is that when the lot gets subdivided, this will refer to a specific area within that lot that would then receive a new legal title. What we typically do when we update the land use bylaw is we do look for any areas where this has changed, and we would note that new lot title, that new legal title, and it would replace this at that time when we do an annual update to the land use bylaw. But as it stands right now, this is a portion of that larger lot.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Laurie, if you can read that, that's, I think that garners the intent of your motion.
Yes, Your Worship, you want me to read that in?
Yes, please.
Excellent, thank you. I'll move that bylaw 2721/LUO/25 be amended to add section 2.3.0 as follows. Add to section 2.8.5.2.A, except where the maximum number of dwelling units is restricted to 6 dwelling units per lot for the portion of Plan 102-5523, Block 4, Lot 85, shown in Figure 2.8.5, and to add after section 2.8.5.2.A, Figure 2.8.5, Area of Maximum Dwelling Unit Restriction.
Okay, thank you. That is why it was really wordy in terms of that. And I think members of council, that's one of the things that our administration needs to do is make sure that all the legal lots and blocks and plan numbers in there, because we want to make sure that we're limited to the restriction of the proper area in our community. Members of council, back to the floor to open for questions, comments, and debate. Okay, seeing none, I will support the amendment. I think it is a good conversation piece, and definitely, as mentioned by the applicant, there was no intention of actually making it more dense than what it already is. It was in terms of servicing, and 100% I understand that, because when the servicing was put in, it was very cold that winter, and it was done in a way that we needed to be done ASAP, because to meet the provincial government timelines, and this is what happens in terms of making sure that that lot is still developed within our community. Councilor Laurie, anything else to add?
Nothing much, Your Worship. No, again, appreciate the developer's presentation today, and like I said, going through the fact that really there isn't any intent to change the density or the type of dwelling units per se. There's just an issue that needed a solution to be overcome. I think this is a very reasonable one. I think this gives the current residents in the area and the town some protection, that we're not looking to really change the use and the density of that lot. We're just looking to assist the developer in ensuring they can develop as they originally planned, based on something that happened that was a little bit out of their control.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor of the amendment? And that is carried. Okay, we're back to Deputy Mayor's motion as amended. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I simply want to say that I'm very in support of moving in this direction with that piece of property, so that something can begin to be developed there. Sometimes it only takes a portion of a development or a piece of land actually coming into dwellings or buildings that actually gives a spark to the rest of it to be developed. And I think that the residents of Willow Park deserve to have that piece of property completed, so that their subdivision is more cohesive and finished, and they're not sitting there waiting for what axe may fall in the future about what someone might want to do with that. The developer representative has given indications that moving forward with the development as it was laid out for the density, et cetera, seems to be what this current developer is interested in doing. So from my point of view, that's a very good thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Members of council, any other questions, comments, and debate on second reading as amended? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Move on to third reading. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2724/AC/250. Different than what I have written on a sheet. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2721/LUO/25.
Thank you very much. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion for third reading? Okay. And just to confirm that the motion on the screen says give third reading to bylaw, and I'm guessing that it all refers to the same amendment that we did before. So that amendment that we did is encompassed in this now. Just so that's, if you don't see that on the screen, it's not that we got rid of it. It is because we've made the amendment and it's encompassed in this bylaw right now.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments, debate? No. 100% will support the motion on the floor for third reading. As this came back for first reading, I checked the zoning between R2 and R7 in terms of what the densities were and what the actual lot coverage was. So in terms of R2 versus R7, both of them have 50% maximum building pocket, so which is similar. So we're not seeing any more like bigger building than we should. And then one of the things that we see a lot about is, we hear about is height. And an R2 and an R7 are both in our land use bylaw are 12 meters maximum height. So that does not affect the view of the residents beside them, because in the R2 they're already allowed. And in terms of side yard, actually the R7 actually increases the side yard setback from 1.2 to 1.5. So the neighbors directly to the south would actually have a larger separation from them and the property line. So which is actually an added bonus, and also for the school parking lot on the other side of it. So with those considerations, and definitely having that amendment to amend the maximum densities to match what was currently zoned on the R2 site, makes it certain, as mentioned by members of council, that if this developer decides to sell this lot after it's consolidated, the new owners will have to still abide by those density regulations. So as mentioned, a lot of people will say, well, once they get it rezoned, they can do whatever they want. That is correct, but not this time, because we've limited it to the number of units that are there. So well done, members of council, and continuing to move forward as we continue to grow our community. And for those that are wondering what's next after this phase 10A, it's actually on page 30 and 31 of our agenda packages. Page 31 shows the density or the area structure plan that's been approved by council. And then also on page 30 is actually the lot showing how the next phases would actually look when the developer is ready. With that, I'll call a question. All in favor of third reading? And that is carried. Okay. Moving on to, with our agenda, was 8.2, which is the bylaw for responsible pet ownership. Members of council had dealt with first reading a little while ago, and now we're looking at second reading. So this is again for bylaw 2724/AC/25. And administration, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship, and the rest of council. We are here today to present the second and third reading request for the responsible pet ownership bylaw. On May 26, council gave first reading to the bylaw. The desired outcomes of the review included clear and easy to navigate, fair, reasonable, and enforceable, modernized and a responsive bylaw, alignment with similar bylaws in the metro region to heighten enforcement, consistency, and public expectation. Post first reading, we included a review of guard dog inclusion in the bylaw and a review of the total number of animal units outlined in Section 8. Post first reading, the recommended amendments include in Section 8.2.0, limiting a maximum number of 3 dogs or 3 cat units. Administration is open to questions now if you may have any.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for addressing some of the concerns and comments that council had during the first reading. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on that presentation and the update for administration? See none. Councilor Hansard for motion, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2724 AC 25 as amended, a bylaw to regulate and control domestic animals within the corporate limits of the town of Stony Plain.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Members of council, the floor is open. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate administration's amendments in relation to the feedback that was received after the first reading. I did have a question. There was a discussion in first reading in regards to section 3.3.0, in where the owner of a dog or cat may provide the town with the following information for emergency management purposes, and it basically talks about address, descriptions, proof of immunizations, spay, etc. I'm just wondering, we had a bit of a conversation about how that information can be provided to the town. Has there been any further investigation into that? Is this something that's going to be a self-serve type thing where a resident can, go online and file this information, or is this something that they have to contact the town and, maybe fill out a form, resubmit, so on and so forth?
Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. Certainly, some details to work out in that particular process, whether it's a spreadsheet or our software that we currently use for all of our CPO filing. But definitely, the information will be collected. It is beneficial to ourselves if someone does call in with that information. And through our communications program, we will definitely put that out to the community with respect to how they can provide that information to us. And again, just for... it was in the report, but certainly that information and that change would be effective in the new year.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for providing that clarity. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe I should have asked my question during the, for clarification. But just turning to, now I'm not sure what page it is, but it deals with section 10, and I believe it is 10.3.2. Sorry if I can just bring that up here.
Okay. That is page 78.
Thank you. Anyhow, I'm 10.3.2. Okay, so responsible owners, 10.3 says the owner of an animal shall ensure that such an animal shall not, and it, if you go to 10.3.2, it does make an exception there for if if the person is trespassing, the animal, basically we kind of make this exception for the dog might chase a trespasser. And so I'm just curious why, and that seems reasonable, that makes sense to me. You know, if somebody's trespassing, it would make sense that maybe there might be a dog in the yard that would chase that person. It then proceeds to say in 10.3.5 about biting a person. Now, certainly I appreciate we don't have guard dogs, and I can appreciate the reasoning why we're not including that in this bylaw. But certainly if somebody is trespassing and they get bit by a dog, I mean, that might strike me as a bit of natural consequences, but I do see that we do have a fine for that, and it does speak to whether they are or are not on the owner's property. I'm just curious why we can make an exception for chasing a trespasser, but we wouldn't make the same exception if, say, the dog bit someone.
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Myler. Section 10.3.2 does outline that the owner of an animal shall ensure that an animal shall not chase or otherwise threaten a person, or whether on the property of the owner or not, unless the person has chased a trespasser. So you are correct. In regards to 10.3.5, we would not want an animal to bite, whether on the property or not. That is industry standard across the bylaws that I did review, and this was present in our previous bylaw as well.
All right, I can.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions and comments? Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Meyer, for that. And I haven't taken the time to review the law that was cited in regards to guard dogs, but more, I guess, a question of process. So based on our bylaw, on what Councillor Meyer brought forward, let's say we had a commercial property in the industrial area, they had a guard dog, that guard dog chased a trespasser, they are not in contravention of the bylaw. If that guard dog were to bite that trespasser while the trespasser was on the property, they are now in contravention of our bylaw. Is that violation of the bylaw challengeable in a court? So could the owner of the dog, if they were so charged with a violation of the bylaw, could they then take that to court to defend the action of the dog and have a judicial decision made on whether that charge would stand or not? Like, how does that process work?
Go ahead, Administration.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie. We have not had an incident in that respect, so I cannot answer that question definitively. However, the regulations mentioned in the lead sheet do speak to the process required for guard or patrol dogs to report bites and incidences as well through the province.
Okay, so there is a provision in there in where even if a guard dog were to bite somebody, trespass or otherwise, it is reportable. There's a process they're required to follow.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just wanted to make a quick comment, and then the follow-up question can perhaps be handled on that side of the room. But I just wanted to be clear that essentially any bylaw by any council can, and from time to time are subject to judicial inquiry, so to speak, or someone can apply to the courts for interpretations of the bylaws themselves or the actions taken thereunder. Again, specifically to this, I think we heard our peace officer supervisor indicate we haven't had that, but just a, medium-length answer is all bylaws are subject to potential court decisions.
Yes, I think the answer is if something happened and somebody was trespassing and your dog bit a trespasser, and if that trespasser goes and heads and uses this bylaw to charge the property owner and their dog, this could go to court, and that property owner and the dog's owner can defend themselves, as mentioned. So I think that is what we're trying to get at is, yes, so even though we have this bylaw, if it is approved, it's been in the previous bylaws, that if this does happen, yes, the individual owner can defend themselves. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. After going through all the penalties, maybe I've missed it, but I can't find anywhere on here that it just says failure to register an animal. I can see vicious animal, I can see nuisance animal, things like that, and all the failures with those, but I can't see a failure to register your animal. So here we're putting restrictions on the amount of animals, and we're putting faith in everybody that they're going to be honest and only have what they're supposed to have. So I'm curious, is there a penalty for those that fail to register their animals, period?
Okay, administration.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Loynes, the new bylaw would no longer require residents to register their animals with us unless they are declared nuisance or vicious. That being said, enforcement does have an avenue to enforce the animal units through complaint process as well.
Okay, thank you. And those from dealings in the past, those that are not abiding by the bylaw and animal units are not registering their animals anyways.
And I understand that, Your Worship, but I'm saying when we're limiting the number of animals that should be in a home, there's no consequences in place for those that don't put them in the home. A neighbor calls, complains, there's too many dogs, bylaw shows up, and they say, oh, we're just babysitting. Oh, they just stopped by for the day. Fortunately, bylaw goes along their merry way, and the neighbor still has 5 dogs at their house.
Yes, and that has happened in the past as well, and then the officers will attend to that property again, and then they'll use their knowledge and understanding of involvement with the individuals, and then go forward for there. If they are in contravention of the number of animal units, then they will receive a ticket.
Your Worship,
Go ahead.
just for clarity, Section 8, under that particular fine section, does state that it'll be a $250 fine for anyone that has more than 5 animal units. So it would be covered under that particular section.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. I do have a question in terms of the number of animal units. Definitely I understand why they are in this bylaw. In terms of like blended families, for example, let's say I have 3 dogs, and my new spouse that we're gonna get married has 3 cats. So if we blend our families, that we have 6. Is there a provision for families to, not have to give up one of their pets, because pets are part of our family, because of this bylaw?
Your Worship, thank you for that question. Certainly, the bylaw is pretty specific with the number of animal units, and unfortunately, we would have to ask for one of those units to either be gifted to another member of a family or to an agency that would be able to take it. Hard as it sounds, we do have restrictions within the bylaw to the number of maximum units that a person can have in their home.
Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, we always hope that we have common sense working out there in the community, but I think the number of cats and dogs that our bylaw has to deal with every year sort of suggests that we don't always have common sense working. I'm a little bit uncomfortable by some of the things that have come up and rightly been discussed by council this evening about dogs whose job it is to protect the owner, protect the property. And if someone comes onto the property unlawfully and they get bitten, they have recourse. But I think that, again, common sense needs to come to play. Otherwise, this becomes a tool in the hands of those who wish to live outside the law. And I certainly wouldn't want to see responsible people trying to operate a business, trying to care for a home and a property. A couple of us here on council have had vehicles stolen. If I have a dog who thinks he's a guard dog, but if he went after the person who stole my husband's truck, I personally think he would be doing his job to have pulled on his pants or maybe even bit him. Whatever it would take to teach that person not to come back to my house anymore. Same thing for Councillor Palechko, but the issue for me is, where does common sense come to rest? It's quite one thing to put things in black and white in a bylaw, but the application of that in the real world should understand that we're trying to accomplish something here without putting the burden on the wrong people or animal. So maybe what I'm looking for is some assurance that as we go forward and hopefully pass this bylaw this evening, that people who do have guard dogs, people who do have animals that protect their property would have recourse should a frivolous challenge to their right to have those animals, et cetera, come forward. So can we get any kind of assurance that that might be at play, that we might actually have common sense at play?
I think, yes, there is a lot of common sense. So this bylaw is not to prevent people to have security animals and guard dogs. And this, as mentioned earlier from our staff, that that individual has the opportunity to defend themselves if this gets, if they're getting challenged in the courts.
Mr. Mayor, they have a right to defend themselves, but at the cost of legal representation, court costs, et cetera, because they would be the party at fault. And again, that I do question that.
Yes. So then, as a defendant, you have the opportunity to regain your costs. So I think our administration have that conversation. So we do have a bylaw, and if people, like, for example, call us, our officers will go respond and do the necessary stuff that they need to do to be proactive and to share the bylaws. If something does happen, they do have to follow those rules as well. And if a dog is bitten in the past, they have been taken to be reassessed if it is a vicious animal or not, and then there's whole recourse that happens to that. So if individual does charge somebody for their dog to bite them because they're trespassing, then it will go to the courts. And then in common sense, the judicial system will hopefully say, here's the facts, here's what it is, and then the defendant, if the defendant is correct and wins, has the opportunity to regain all their costs back. If they're wrong, then they have to pay the costs of the other person. Is usually what happens. I think that's what you're looking for, that the ability to defend their self.
Somewhat, Your Worship.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard. Certainly with every bylaw that we write, there's other legislation, there's other sections that our peace officers can use as a tool when they're looking and addressing a particular challenge. For this particular situation, with the example of a guard dog, there's other legislation related to guard dogs and how you as an individual, if you have a property and you're designating that dog as a guard dog, there's certain requirements that you as the owner of that dog have to undertake. If I climb the fence and I'm going to do something not common sense wise, and something happens to me related to that particular dog, I happen to phone the peace officers and lodge my complaint. Certainly the officers will go over and they'll do their investigation. They'll look at the circumstances of the particular event, and they will determine what the best course of action is. And whether that's to go through our bylaw, whether that's a provincial legislation, whether that's another body that will make the ultimate judgment related to what each party has related to responsibility with the situation. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the information is correct with respect to, I may not agree with the peace officer's judgment or the legislation judgment, but the judge will certainly decide and determine who is best, or which side of the equation, whether we're in the right, the legislation is in the right, or whether myself, the victim who climbed the fence and tried to steal a truck and got bit by a dog, whether I'm the one that is the person that gets a bit of a favor from the judge. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we do use the tools that are available to us. This bylaw, certainly, if a dog was to bite someone, are we going to write a violation on absolutely every dog bite? I would say the answer is not likely. However, there are provisions in our bylaw and there are circumstances related to the incident that happened that the officers will determine what the best course of action. Reasonably speaking, the people that are involved in a situation, they usually have some agreement with respect to what the best way to handle the situation is. There's very few, or there's not a lot of circumstances where we're dealing with two unreasonable people and we have to go to court and court has to ultimately do the judgment. But we certainly do have those files too.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity for you, Councilor Hansard. So there are in place, so if individuals, you know what, this is a free country and anybody can go to a court and claim something, and that has to be proven. Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading? Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions. First, pertaining to 8.3.0C. It's relating to the total number of animal units. It talks about any person in possession of a valid town business license to operate a kennel, a pet store, or dog grooming parlor within the town. Obviously, does not have to comply with those maximum numbers. I'm just wondering, in relation to the term kennel, does that include anything like a dog training facility, a rescue organization, an animal rescue organization, et cetera? Is that all, when they apply for a business license, is that the business license that they receive, is a kennel license?
Go ahead, administration.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Lowry. Any of these parlors, dog parlors, kennels, they're regulated under the land use bylaw as well.
Thank you. And then the second question I have is that in our previous responsible pet ownership bylaw, the licensing fees differed for a spayed and neutered animal and a non-spayed and neutered animal. In order to encourage people to continue spaying and neuter their pets, particularly because at-large unfixed animals can create more of an issue. What I've noticed is in this change in the bylaw, because we've removed the licensing fees, we also seem to have removed any encouragement in relation to spaying and neutering. An idea that passed through my head was, as I looked through the general penalties and costs, maybe there would be an opportunity within that to have a stiffer fine, I guess you'd call it, if that violation was an unfixed animal. So when we're looking at a animal being at large, maybe it's one fine for an animal being at large, maybe it's a higher fine if that animal at large is not spayed or neutered. Because that was our previous, from licensing perspective, was it was more expensive to house an unspayed or unneutered animal. So I'm just wondering if that was any part of a consideration as this bylaw was being reviewed as to how we would continue to encourage spay and neuter of animals and prevent unfixed animals from roaming.
Okay. Administration?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, certainly that with the removal of licensing, that does remove the option or ability for us to have a two-tiered system related to licensing and the topic that you've brought up. Without licensing, it becomes a bit more difficult for us. In my interpretation would be that it'd be more difficult for us to try and control that related to spade and neutering. This is a responsible pet ownership bylaw. I think pet owners are generally responsible, and a lot do on their own get their dog spayed or neutered, unless they're breeding, and that's a business at that point. So I think one scenario that may exist if we did have that particular provision, if it was someone that was breeding an animal and they happen to do something, then it's a responsible pet owner, but we're challenging them, or we're charging them a higher fee related to not having spayed or neutered, but they don't want to do that for a specific reason because they've got a business. So I'm not sure if we have scenarios where it might be not in our favor to have that higher fee with respect to, and society has changed a little bit with respect to the spading and neutering at this point. I think it would be very challenging without the licensing fee, and the ability for us is to get the proof of the spade or neuter, whether or not we could have a higher fine related to that. I'm not sure if that punishes or accomplishes what I think we were trying to do with the licensing aspect of it.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I think, though, when I think of an animal being at large, in particularly the situation that exists currently in animal rescues, most animal rescues are flooded with strays because of unfixed animals being at large. Therefore, I'm a little concerned that, without any type of additional, I'll call it motivation within the bylaw to have your pets spayed or neutered, we could begin to slowly enter into the same type of a situation here, where if we have, for instance, let's say cats, because most, I won't say most, but a large number of cat owners who allow their cats to roam, may or may not fix their cat. They may or may not have licensed their cat before. We've seen that. But if there's no necessary encouragement within our responsible pet ownership bylaw, I feel that maybe we're missing the mark and we're not doing our due diligence on that to ensure that, if there is an animal at large, it is a stiffer penalty if that animal's at large and not spayed or neutered. I feel like, and again, this would be a question to administration, I feel like maybe there's a simple way of putting a provision in the bylaw that would allow, maybe not an automatic, but allow for the fine to be doubled if the pet was not spayed or neutered. So maybe it's not automatically the fine is doubled if the pet is not spayed or neutered, so that because we have such a large list of potential fines, some of them, like I think it's one of them's the allowance of waste to accumulate in a yard. That's not gonna matter whether the pet's spayed or neutered. But without going through that list item line by line by line, giving our peace officers the ability to double that fine. So for instance, if it is an at-large animal that is found to be not spayed or neutered, the fine levied could be doubled. Is that something that's possible as just a simple one-line addition to the bylaw?
Administration?
Your Worship, maybe just to provide a bit of commentary, I would first answer, though, I would say yes, it's probably relatively straightforward, just as an amendment. I think maybe, though, what I would point out, if that was to be a provision, even if it's discretionary, that would generally require the peace officers to then make some form of determination and how they would go about doing that, either seeking that information from the owner, which may or may not be available or forthcoming, frankly, or, you know, if it ends up at the pound or whatever, do they check? How do we determine that would partly be the consideration I would have. And I think to Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, the rest of council, I think respectfully, you know, one of the reasons we were moving away from the licensing was to lower the you know, I mean, workloads and the requirements for our staff to be involved with this aspect of it, and trying to turn, you know, that responsibility back over to, I mean, owners to come up with the tags and so on and so forth. So, Your Worship, first question, can that be done relatively easily? I believe as an amendment it can. It would, there would be follow-up effort that would be required to make those determinations throughout the course of a year. And I think I'll just leave it at that, Your Worship. A little bit of commentary, I guess. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I'll let you think about that, Councillor Laurie, and definitely, I don't see an issue with that, having that added on there. In terms of the previous licensing, we did not license cats anyways, as you mentioned. It's mostly some kittens that are born quite a bit. Dogs were usually, you could get a different, paid a different rate for being spayed or neutered, but I think there is some issues there. I think I would agree with you. I think there should be just ask administration. I think Councillor Laurie brings a good point there in terms of workload for our staff and make sure that's safe or not safe. In terms of repeat offenders and the responsible pet ownership, I think Councillor Laurie mentioned it. Like, is there a point where after it's the same call for the same animal, is there ability to then double and triple the fines because obviously they're not adhering to the responsible pet ownership?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to also Councillor Laurie. Yes, there is the ability for us to deem a repeat offender animal a nuisance animal. They are then subjected to higher fines, and they are also then required to license their pet with the town. In addition to addressing the concern of unspayed animals at large, Section 10.12.0 also does require an animal in heat to be contained.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. And I'll go to Councillor Loyens, then Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I was going to mention 10.12, where it says owners not confine female dog or cat in heat during the whole period is subject to a $100 fine. But that is the only thing. Again, obviously it doesn't help the males that are roaming, but it definitely puts a little damper on the females. My question was just above that penalty though. It says an owner allowing accumulation of fecal matter on the property of the owner is $250. And then underneath it says owner allowing the accumulation of fecal matter on the property where a dog, cat lives or is confined is $400. Can I just get the clarification between the owner's land versus where the dog or cat lives land? Because would the owner not technically then have the animal on their property?
Go ahead.
Page 88 on the agenda.
Your Worship, to Councillor Loyens, does that be the difference between my property that I own with a dog at my property or my kids renting my house? I own the property, but they're actually a renter on the property. So it gives a bit of a provision for the owner not necessarily being charged, but the occupant of the home, which they may not own, or the property that they may not own, or an apartment. So there are some circumstances where we do deal with rental situations. This would fall into that particular category.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
So then on that, the bylaw officer would write 2 tickets to 2 different people for the same property, essentially then? Because if it's a rental property, the people renting it obviously would be the ones in charge of the $400 ticket, but the landowner would be a $250 ticket?
The interpretation would be a landowner owns a dog, so there's your lower. I'm a renter, different. The other component to this is we do have a community standards bylaw too. This would come into play related to a renter, or sorry, me as the owner, my kids not taking care of the property. The community standards bylaw would come to the registered owner of the property. So there are a couple different ways in which we could tackle that particular issue.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of comments. So as I read through this bylaw, one of the things that comes to mind is how do we enforce things? Because really, in this bylaw, we're allowing the residents to actually tag their own animals, tell us whether they got 3 or 5 or 10 animals in the house. I think back to, while I don't disagree that spayed or neutered is maybe something we should work towards positive, the issue I keep coming to is a responsible pet owner will have a tag on their pet. Those that are not responsible pet owners that have more than what they're supposed to have in their dwelling won't have that tag. So you can pick that unit up, whether it's spayed or neutered, you won't know who it belongs to. So by having that, one more thing that hinders people and makes your job a little tougher is by adding more rhetoric to what we already have, which I think is a pretty solid bylaw without adding more to it. And I'm just wondering if you can address how you plan on dealing with animals that have no tags on them. Because I can think of certain areas around this community, our area to be one of them. Some of the pet owners out there will have tags on certain animals and nothing on others. We all know who they belong to. They go back home on a regular basis, but there's nothing that says they belong to that household. How do you mitigate your time when you're doing that if there's nothing on it?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Pletchko, we have a variety of tools to reunite animals that we pick up that do not have tags on them already with their owners. Most responsible pet owners will either, even if they don't have the tag on them for various reasons, they will have either tattoos or microchips on them. We do have the tools in our vehicles to be able to scan the animal for a microchip and the database to be able to reach the animal owners that way. In addition to that, once an animal is picked up and not returned to an owner, it is taken to an animal shelter. They then use a variety of ways to reunite, such as posting the animal on Facebook. The shelter staff are actually incredible at recall, and they will often remember if an animal has been in the shelter previously. And if they have, they'll often reach out to the potential animal owner. And again, the enforcement option for us is if it's a frequent offending animal, we then have the ability to deem it a nuisance animal as well.
Appreciate that answer. Thank you.
That's good. That's a good question. Any other questions, comments for clarity? Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and bringing this back for second reading with some of those amendments. Just want to make sure I heard correctly. You had talked about nuisance animals and how an animal could be declared a nuisance animal in the context of escalating fines. When I read through the section around nuisance animals, I didn't see anything there that would lead to an increased penalty or anything like that. So either I misheard or I just missed something in the reading, and I'm just looking through or looking for some clarity through you, Mr. Mayor, to our peace officer supervisor.
Go ahead, Mr.
Oh, is it? Okay.
There is a section, or sorry, pardon me, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson. There is a section, I'm just trying to find it quickly off the cuff here, that does allow an increase in fine or a doubling of fine if the offense happens within a certain period of time. If you just allow me a few moments, I will find that exact section for you.
I think it's under the general information.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Anderson, the section that speaks to it is 16.7.0. If any owner commits the same offense within 6 months of the date of the prior offense, each subsequent offense shall require the payment of double the sum.
Okay, so consecutive offense is not necessarily the declaration of a nuisance animal leading to that increase, but certainly if it's happening within that time frame, it would be a nuisance for sure. So I appreciate the clarity there. I did have one additional question, and hopefully an easy one. That's section 9.0.0, feeding wildlife. 9.1 speaks to not setting out, tossing, scattering food outside a building or residence. Section 9.1.1 specifies that this doesn't apply to bird feeders, makes sense, freestanding or attached to, and then my question is to a private resident. I know we have a number of bird watchers in town, you know, even businesses that may be in a residential type building or even a business owner in a commercial building. Would they be prohibited from having some form of a bird feeder outside of their place of business? According to this section here.
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, this section does speak to private residences.
Okay, so the question then is, could a individual who owns a business have a bird feeder outside of their place of work? So I think where I'm going with this, the 9.1.0 specifies a building or residence, but then 9.1.1 has the provision for bird feeders, but only to private residences. Where I think in my head, I would expect that a business owner could have a freestanding or a attached bird feeder outside their place of work as well, where this seems to prohibit that.
Okay. Administration?
Through you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Anderson, that section would, the way it's currently worded, prohibit that, yes.
Okay, yeah, and just maybe some commentary then from administration, if you wouldn't mind, why we would prohibit a business owner from having the same bird feeder outside or attached to their place of business.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just for clarity, Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson, just for clarity, your question was why we would restrict? Yeah. I don't think that was our intention to restrict. There are some people, and you've referenced some examples. I'm just trying to find a clause in here because I do believe we have a clause that says the CAO may provide permission to do certain things. So generally speaking, that clause would cover something under that nature rather than specifically titling it in. However, if council chose, they could add the word business.
Yeah, and my wonder here is even just saying either freestanding or attached to a building containing birdseed for songbirds, if that would be appropriate. More than happy to make a motion, just want to make sure it's the right one to capture the intent. All right, Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry, you're going to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just going to double check with administration. So in terms of the question and the conversation would be dealing with 9.0 of the proposed bylaw, and that was just attached to a building versus a private residence. So I understand what I'm trying to hear, right?
Your Worship, certainly that would be a change that we'd be comfortable with. I believe it's specific to birds and songbirds, so it's not something that would lead to something that we would have to provide some additional enforcement and create a bit of a situation related to that permission.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with that, I'd like to amend section, or make a motion, sorry, to amend section 9.1.1 to read either freestanding or attached to a building or private residence containing bird seed for songbirds. And there it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the floor for questions, comments, debate. Councillor Hansard?
Mr. Mayor, when I had my fence rebuilt, I purposely have very large fence posts with the intent to hang my bird feeders on those fence posts. Why do we stipulate that it has to be on the building? Is it not good enough that it be on the property, within the property, or something to that effect? A lot of people have bird feeder posts that are not attached to a building, and they don't want them attached to a building.
I think, yes, I think a lot of people do affix them to fences. I don't think this is to limit that, but I'll ask administration. Are we here to limit where people can?
Your Worship, we do have freestanding noted there, and I think just to be, to be clear and to maybe just put this out there, we will take a broad interpretation of bird feeders being put in the community. Your Worship, I don't know that this has come up very often. I think the key action here is that what it's actually doing is trying to prohibit feeding wildlife. And, I think we can all probably agree there's a difference between having bird feeders on your deck versus, putting out food specifically to try to draw moose or elk or what have you into the community. And, the amendment as is, does ensure that, any commercial properties and so on and so forth are able to have, bird feeders and so on. I think we've got that covered with the way the motion is amended, and I'll just leave it at that, Your Worship. Decks, everything, the intent here is to allow these things. So.
Yes, and I think so. And then, Councillor Hansard, I interpret private residence as part of your backyard as well.
Your Worship, I hope so, because when I read it in preparation for tonight's meeting, I see attached to a building or private residence. My fence belongs to me. My garage, my shed, whatever I might want to hang that bird feeder on, it's me, it's mine.
Yeah.
So I'm responsible for it. Doesn't give me permission to put hamburger in it to attract birds that are going to drive the neighbors crazy, but as long as I stay with bird seed, I should be able to hang it in my property.
Right, I'll just confirm with the administration, private residence means private residence, so that's encompassed in your yard as well.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Hansard, yes, I would agree with that interpretation.
Your Worship, I cannot hear.
Yeah, so it's confirmed by our community peace officer that private residence does include your fence. It's your private residence, so your garage as well.
With that being said, I wonder if it's just cleaner to say does not apply to bird feeders containing bird seed for songbirds. If that clears up any ambiguity that may exist. And I ask that as a question for clarity. I don't know if that answers Councillor Hansard's concern with this one, but I'm happy to go that way too if that makes the most sense.
Okay. Actually, I'm happy with the way it is unless another member of council wants to make some changes. I understand what we're trying to achieve here. Administration, any comments before we move on? No? Okay, I'll continue the conversation debate on the amendment to add the word building to 9.1.1. Okay, see none, I'll support the amendment. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Anderson. It does provide a little bit of clarity in terms of our non-resident side, so the businesses side and the industrial side, that allows it to have them on a building, which makes perfect sense. Councillor Anderson?
No, I think everything's been said. Thanks.
Call the question, all in favor? Okay, that amendment is carried. All right. Back to second reading. Any other questions, comments, and debate on that? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. in line with my previous comments, I wish to offer an amendment for consideration.
Okay. Go ahead and read it.
Thank you very much. Administration, I did just quickly email the verbiage in on this, so you can review it for appropriateness. I'm recommending under section 16.0.0 general information that we add a clause which states, should the offending animal be found not to be spayed or neutered, any person or owner who commits a breach of any of the provisions of this bylaw may require payment of double the sum of the fines as set forth in Schedule A at the discretion of the peace officer. And I will see if administration believes that that would be appropriate wording, and then I will speak to it if it'll.
Administration, can you just verify that you received that?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It's just being worked on as we speak.
Okay, go ahead and speak to it.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Very supportive of the removal of the licensing fees in this bylaw, as we've seen that having that license fee in there really hasn't encouraged the responsible pet ownership side. As we've heard time and time again, responsible pet owners will follow responsible pet owner actions. The challenge we seem to have is irresponsible pet owners not following the responsible pet ownership standard practices and that we've put out in the bylaw. Appreciating the fact that we do again have the section in here which speaks to the female animals in heat. Again, that is a responsible pet owner. It is only speaking to one specific gender of the animal and not the other one. And we may have a female animal in heat contained within their yard under the provisions of the bylaw that could be subject to the intrusion of an unfixed at-large animal, which may contribute to a furthering problem. We did recognize in our previous responsible pet ownership bylaw the difference in the encouragement in neutered and unneutered animals by having a different licensing fee. By removing the licensing fee, we removed that intent from the bylaw. Without looking to add an excessive amount of work to a peace officer who comes across an animal that's in violation of the bylaw, that is why I've made sure that this states that it may require the payment of double the sum of the fine set forth in Schedule A at the discretion of the peace officer. Because there is likely a large number of scenarios, and there are several of the fines set forth in Schedule A where fixed or not fixed really doesn't make a huge difference to the fine itself. However, this does give the peace officer the ability, should they come across a dog, cat at large, or circumventing the responsible pet ownership bylaw, and that animal is found to be intact. For example, it is statistically proven that an intact animal is more aggressive, an intact male animal in particular, can be or is more aggressive than a non-intact animal. So I think it's worthwhile that we have this in there in order to empower our peace officers rather than limiting them. If we don't have this provision in there, they are limited to the fines in Schedule A as they are, and if they come across an animal that has not been fixed, that is creating a problem, their toolbox is a little limited. This, in my opinion, opens the toolbox up. It doesn't require them to double the fine. It doesn't require them to do additional work, but it does give them the tool that if the pet being spayed or neutered is a pertinent fact to the violation of the bylaw, they have an additional tool to raise that fine. Same thing, this does give that additional tool where we say that the fine may be doubled if you had an at-large animal that was not fixed, that was picked up. They could have the fine one time. A couple months later, they could have the doubling of the fine as pertained in the bylaw. If it happened again, they could then add the non-fixed provision to it. So it's just a tool. It's adding a layer. It's adding an ability for our peace officers without mandating that if the animal is not spayed or neutered, it must be doubled.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawyer, for bringing that in. It is on on the screen right now. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the motion to amend. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate Councillor Laurie bringing this forward. As I had mentioned earlier, it did definitely just pertain to female animals as penalties. So I do appreciate this coming forward to ensure that both male and female are taken care of, as well as that it is at the discretion of our peace officers. Meaning if somebody's little puppy got out by mistake, jumped out of the car, they couldn't catch it or something like that, then it's not necessarily a guarantee that they're going to be charged an abundance of money, but it does at least put that ownership onto somebody who is already not following the bylaws. So I appreciate that this comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
So I appreciate Councillor Laurie bringing this forward. Certainly, I think the intent is good. I just wonder if, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically it would only be retroactive. The fine would only be doubled. There's nothing that encourages somebody preemptively to get their pet spayed or neutered.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the ability to respond to this. Essentially, the encouragement would be that if you had a pet and you were abiding by the responsible pet ownership bylaw, you would be acknowledging that if your pet got out, you could be subject to double the fine by not having your pet spayed or neutered. So, while yes, the fine would be the end result, that's what a fine is at all times. The fine for having your dog at large is the discouragement for having your dog at large. So by having a fine in place for having the dog at large encourages you to make sure your dog stays within your yard. So the potential of having the fine doubled if your dog is not spayed or neutered encourages you to spay or neuter your dog. The same as the dog at large fine encourages you to keep your dog contained.
Councillor Meyer?
Okay, I can kind of follow that. So would in the event that you're potentially on the hook for an increased fine, would you have an opportunity to get your dog spayed or neutered to? I mean, if we're trying to encourage people to get their dogs spayed and neutered, I think that is what we should keep focused on, and that's the end goal I would like to see. So if somebody were to be incurring this fine, ultimately we want to encourage them to get the spayed and neutered, not just hit them up with a fine, right? So would they have an opportunity to get their dog spayed and neutered, and would that save them the additional?
Yeah, I would answer, I would say yes, because I think the way that the amendment is written, it says may. So I'm pretty sure that if a peace officer comes to this point, they can say, you know what, I could, but I won't. You have 33 months to show documentation that your animal is now spayed or neutered. Okay. Which is very similar when you get pulled over by a peace officer without your credentials. They will give you a time frame to come bring it in to show that you actually do have it.
So, not that I don't trust you, Mayor William, but maybe if I could turn to administration to maybe get some commentary, would that be something in their wheelhouse? It's not that I don't trust you. I'm just not sure how many dogs you deal with. Maybe I'd like to go to the
That is right. Go ahead, administration.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer. Just a quick comment on the amendment. I would respectfully ask that at the discretion of the peace officer, perhaps be considered as being removed, simply because that might make an interpretation, or it may, someone may think that they should have that discretion every time that a peace officer comes up. Inherently in the bylaw, they have discretion to apply the bylaw at any time. So I just want to make sure that perhaps someone doesn't get the notion that they would have that expectation that some discretion would be applied every single time that perhaps say double the fine. Just something to think about. Under the scenario that you were discussing and the question that you had for the mayor or the question to the room, certainly, again, we do have discretion. So under the scenario, a puppy got out, something happened, we could say, please get your dog spayed or neutered. Or we could say, give us proof within X number of days and perhaps this fine goes away. So there's tools that the officers can use, similar to if you get caught without your license. If you do produce your license within a specified amount of time for some officers, that's okay. If you don't come, then your ticket stands. So I think there's opportunity for the ticket to be written. There's opportunity for the ticket to be withdrawn based on the discretion of the officer, based on the situation that's in front of them.
It's just like what you said. Can I?
Only some.
Go ahead, yes. Thank you, and I appreciate the feedback from the general manager. Absolutely, I have no problem taking that at the discretion of the peace officer out, just due to the fact that I think that's the inherent nature of the bylaw. That is the person who's enforcing the bylaw. It doesn't need to be stated. That's fine.
Okay. Councillor Hansard? Yeah, Councillor Hansard? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I have no doubt that there's good intent behind the amendment. What I'm concerned about is it's not our goal to have people abandon their animals. So if they get a dog that gets out, if the dog gets out twice or 3 times in 6 months, if you hit that owner up also with this, go get your dog neutered, or I'm just concerned about stockpiling all these fines, and it gets to be too big of a financial burden. Now you've got people leaving their dogs. They won't go get them. They won't pay the fine. And now we've got a dog that has no home. We take very good intent and we define it so tightly that we don't leave a whole lot of discretion. We say we do, but the bylaw is the bylaw. It's in writing. And then I'm concerned that we're creating a different kind of a problem, particularly for people who take on rescue dogs. They don't know the dog's behavior, and it may be neutered or spayed, but now you're going, I just think, sorry, I'm stumbling on this because I think we're trying to get very, very narrow in what we're trying to do here, and I think we need to stay focused a little bit higher, and maybe it takes another bylaw somewhere down the road because we haven't solved all the problems we intended to solve, but I'm not sure that this is really going in a direction that I would like to see it go.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. And I think what you've said is that kind of supports our general manager's comments that the peace officers do have the ability and discretion to enforce this bylaw and those fines or not. So I think if the example you mentioned, if it is a rescue dog, I'm pretty sure our peace officers would have the opportunity to review, talk to the owner, and then through their discernment, maybe not charge the individual. So I don't think this bylaw is to add more burden onto the pet owners. It is to create an environment in our community that is accepting, pet-friendly to everyone. And I think if your dog's been out, you said maybe first or second or third time or fourth time, well, obviously you haven't addressed the issue of being a responsible pet owner to secure your fence or secure your yard. So I do believe that there should be some punishment with that. But if this is your first time, I think there is that discretion from our peace officers to say, this is your first time, we talked about it, here's what you need to do. And I'm pretty sure that there's that discernment of informing, as we do in the town of Stony Plain. We tend to not punish first. We always try to educate and inform our residents. And that is with everything that we do in our community and through our policies, is through information and sharing that with our residents before punishment. So I don't know if that kind of adds a little more security for you, Councillor Hansard. with the stuff that I've seen, I'm pretty sure you've seen in your time as well, is that we tend to share that information and we try to get compliance from our residents before we enforce. Hey, members of council, any other questions, comments, and debate on the amendment to the motion? Okay, seeing none, thanks for bringing the amendment forward. I think you do bring some good points there, Councilor Lorias, in terms of making sure that our new responsible pet owner kind of mirrors our old one. So this does kind of provide that little bit of mirroring, even though that we do not license our animals anymore. So I think that does provide that. So thank you. I will support the motion.
Thank you, Worship. Appreciate the opportunity to close exactly as you stated. We had this in our current responsible pet ownership bylaw, and I think it's an important piece that we retain, that part of responsible pet ownership is the spaying and neutering of your animal when and if appropriate. Obviously, if somebody owns an animal for breeding purposes and so on and so forth, they're not going to do that, but they're likely going to also be much more protective of making sure that that animal is not running at large, and so on and so forth. Very importantly, I wanted to make sure that this was stated as it may require payment of double the sum, not shall require payment of double the sum. This is something that is actually not focused on narrowing the bylaw, it is actually focused on broadening the bylaw. It is focused on giving our peace officers another tool within their toolbox to address problematic behavior with pets in the community. So it is understood that a non-fixed animal at large can be a much bigger problem to a community than a fixed animal being at large, because as we talk about, maybe that animal gets abandoned and doesn't get picked up at the shelter. Well, when we have unfixed animals running around the community, we can end up with an entire litter of puppies and kittens and so on and so forth that are found underneath the steps that are then brought to our animal shelter. And so instead of one animal in the shelter, we could have 8 animals in the shelter. So this is designed, in my opinion, as a provision to the bylaw to encourage people to spay and neuter their animals, not necessarily punish them if they do not, as long as in any interaction with our peace officer team in enforcement of this bylaw, the reason that animal is not spayed or neutered can be stated and is acceptable at their forth in time to the person who is responsible for enforcing this bylaw. It's a provision that gives a tool in the toolbox. It encourages responsible pet ownership. We had it in our previous responsible pet ownership bylaw, and I feel like it deserves to continue to be recognized in our current one.
Good. Thank you, and I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? Okay. That is carried. Going back to the original motion for second reading. Any more questions, comments, debate on that motion? Okay. I do not have any either, so if administration can read back the motion that was made by Councillor Hansard for second reading. That was been a while ago, so let's refresh our memory.
Through your worship, the town council gives second reading to bylaw 2724/AC/25 as amended, a bylaw to regulate and control domestic animals within the corporate limits of the town of Stony Plain.
Okay, thank you very much, members of council. We've had some administrative amendments based on commentary from first reading. We've had a couple of amendments to kind of fix it or kind of make it uniquely this council's bylaw. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Oh, see none. Thank you, Councillor Hansard, for making the motion. I think going forward, I do support this motion as we continue to evolve our process of responsible pet ownership and giving the onus back to our residents instead of having us control everything. I think this is a good step forward in terms of licensing and allowing people to be able to be responsible for their own pets. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to third reading, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that town council give third reading to bylaw 2724/AC/25.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. We've had the presentation. We've had quite a few conversations and amendments to fine tune this. Any other questions, comments, and debate on third reading? Thank you much, administration, for bringing this forward. I think some of these issues that were here, definitely we talked about as a council in the past, and also you bringing the recommendations back to fine tuning it so it allows the ability to enforce and to educate our residents. As Councillor Myers said, don't hear it from my voice. I actually hear it from people that actually deal with the animals and the bylaws and the pets, and definitely appreciate you bringing that forward and making those recommendations and changes to update our land use, our responsible pet ownership. Okay, call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, let's take a recess before we move on to 8.3. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Council's returned from recess. Looking at continuing with our agenda, we're moving on 8.3, which is the bylaw 2723/AC/25, and this is to do with non-domestic animal bylaw. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Council. So we're here to talk about the non-domesticated animal bylaw. This is for second and third reading. So as mentioned in a previous council, this bylaw consists of two main parts. It takes the livestock regulations out of the responsible pet ownership bylaw, and it adds additional regulations to allow for urban beekeeping and urban hen keeping within Stony Plain. In terms of the first part, livestock applies to various types of animals. Some noted here on the slide are horses, llamas, and ostrich. And again, these can be kept in rural areas. And the bylaw sets out animal units that's based on the parcel size for the number of animals that are able to be kept. In terms of the new regulations, it sets forth urban beekeeping and hen keeping license program and specifies the rules and regulations to participate in that program. The reason why we're bringing it forward in this bylaw is for ease of use and to clarify and basically making it so that all of the responsible pet ownership information is under the last bylaw that was just recently passed by council, and that anything dealing with non-domesticated animals or livestock, including chicken and bees, are contained and housed in a single bylaw for ease and use. Specifically for those areas of the responsible pet keeping bylaw that were removed includes definitions, animal unit allowances, permitted livestock keeping locations, and related enforcement and penalties. The changes that were made to the responsible pet ownership bylaw are consistent to those and align with those in the non-domesticated animal bylaw, and were updated to account for any of those changes that were made in the bylaw just passed. So in terms of urban beekeeping and hen keeping, this is very common in other municipalities, especially in the metro region. Basically what this allows is for non-rural areas or urban areas where they may be allowed. It's supported by existing policies such as the Environmental Master Plan, the Environmental Stewardship Strategy, and the Urban Agricultural Plan. And again, these are designed for small backyard activities for recreation and personal enjoyment. I'm not going to go through all the requirements listed here, but as you can see, there's a variety of different things in terms of payments, courses, mentorships, appropriate size and locations for things such as hives and coops, and various other, I'd say, information that ensures that if these practices are done in an urban area, they're done in a responsible manner. In terms of some more specifics, we have things such as, again, the number of hens and hives that are allowed, restricting roosters in particular from a noise consideration. It does follow various setback requirements for these practices, care of the animals, anything such as disposal, manure disposal on healthy or diseased chickens. So basically, it wants to make sure that when these operations are done, they're done in a safe and responsible manner in consideration of adjacent land uses, adjacent owners, and residents. Three of the main things to consider for the bylaw is the enforcement implications. Again, this is an area where enforcement is done in conjunction with the planning and development staff as well as the bylaw team. In terms of education and awareness, we would be developing additional information on our website and then documenting that so that it would support the program when it's brought forth, which is the third one, which in this terms is that the effective date for when these programs would be go live, I guess is a way of putting it, would be January 1st of 2026, as presented to council tonight. This would ensure that there's significant amount of time, both to develop guidelines and programs, and ultimately the application process. Given this is something we want to do to make sure the program is successful. From some of the good discussion that took place during first reading, some amendments have been made to the bylaw presented, as shown in the red line. These include restrictions for the sale of hen and bee products. So again, some of the conversation that took place was around if it should be allowed or not. This was an issue that when we did a review, peer review, it was very kind of 50-50, I'll say, in terms of the municipalities. We took a little bit of a conservative approach and just restricted it outright, but based on the dialogue that we had here, we've enabled this within the bylaw. Now again, if this is a practice that's taking forth, a business license would need to be applied for. In terms of, I guess, associated changes, the penalty for that has been removed. One of the other pivotal things that was discussed is the 25-meter restriction in hives being from public place, as well as some discussions about what a public place is. In consideration of those discussions, we have tweaked, I'll say, the definition of public place and remove the 25-meter restriction, again, through some additional, I guess, further scrutinization of some of the other bylaws we've seen. It did make sense that we basically have a 3-meter, I'll say, restriction from a property line for the location of any hives from any property. So again, instead of having multiple regulations that need to be enforced, this here just means that you need to have a fence or a hedge and 3 meters away from your property line to be able to have it. Again, there are additional restrictions in terms of in the backyard and so forth, but in terms of the conversation that took place during first reading, this here addressed those two matters. So again, we're here for second and third reading. And again, if council does give approval, administration would begin development of the program over the summer and fall to allow this to go live in January 1st and support beekeeping and hen keeping into 2026. Thank you, and available for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And again, definitely council appreciates that you heard some of the comments and suggestions through first reading, and some of those amendments and adjustments have been made prior to second reading. So definitely that's appreciative on behalf of council. Members of council, questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Certainly, much of the feedback discussed during first reading was taken into consideration and included, and that's great to see. One of the things that I didn't see that we had discussed was the possibility of more of a portable or mobile, if you will, hen run. We had talked about it in the context of the bylaw specifying that the run needed to be directly attached to the coop, which I still see here. But we had discussed a little bit, or had a conversation about the possibility of a movable structure that met the requirements of the bylaw being fully enclosed, that a resident who went through the process to have a hen license could utilize to move hens around their yard to care for bugs, fertilize the lawn, and so on. And so just wondering what consideration or what the discussion was around a mobile or portable run as opposed to being directly attached to the main coop.
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, to Councillor Anderson. We did have some follow-up conversation on that, and I believe it was somewhat answered in the first reading, that there's nothing that actually restricts that ability. It's not to say that you can't put your coop on wheels and have it portable or movable at your discretion. So it's not necessarily that we wanted to add to the bylaw because we felt that it was needed to be explicit on the matter. It's just that it's still addressed by not being prohibited under the bylaw.
No, and I think having that sort of on record during the discussion is important because it was a specific question I've heard, I believe, from 2 different residents who have been excited about this possibility. So I appreciate that a conversation was had and that there's nothing prohibitive and that would be supported. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through to administration. In regards to section 8.0.0, which states the review period, currently it is stating the review period of this bylaw is to be at the standard 5-year cycle, which would not bring this bylaw back for review until 2030. With this being a new initiative and not necessarily being launched as per se a pilot project, I've received significant positive feedback in relation to the bylaw and in relation to moving this forward. The only trepidation I have heard is about kind of having a touch point sooner than 5 years down the road. So did administration consider in any way, shape, or form having an earlier review of this or any mechanism such as that, so that within that 5-year period of this bylaw amendment, there can be whether it be an annual report or something where if changes are necessary or a complete reversal is necessary, that can be done?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, in consideration of basically further updates and review of the bylaw, just as it notes here that it is within its 5th year, doesn't mean that we can't bring it back at any point within those 5 years. So it's one of those, if it's not broken, we don't necessarily have to do something about it. With that said, if there is the desire of council to put an earlier restriction on that or an earlier time, that is something that council's within their rights to do. Again, this is something else that we could bring back at a 1-year period of time, again, with general discussion or a specific motion, based upon council's desire.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think there is, or is deemed necessary, and I think, General Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just as a follow-up on that, we have several reporting mechanisms within the town. And given that this is kind of a new venture, it's an addition, it's something that we're allowing in the community that we haven't before. Similar to how with zero lot lines, we're starting to see development updates that include the number of zero lot line properties that have been built, approved, so on and so forth. Is there, without making a motion, I guess I would say, is there some type of understood reporting that could go on, whether it's an annual urban agricultural report in where council would be updated on the number of licenses applied for, the number of complaints that have been lodged, et cetera?
Go ahead. So I guess the easiest way, I think, is can this be part of our either quarterly or annually updates?
Yeah, Your Worship, and perhaps some of the planning infrastructure staff want to speak further to the urban agricultural master plans and whatnot. But as this would be a new initiative, should council see fit to pass it, I do think, in all likelihood, the operating reports coming through in 2026 would probably have some commentary, just noting we had 7 applicants, 2 applicants, that sort of thing. I would expect that would be a part of our go forward for at least the first year or two, just a bit of a ongoing perspective on that. I know we would be tracking that and we'd be able to easily report it upon request too. And maybe, Your Worship, I'll just leave it over to our manager of planning on the urban ag side of the world, if there's something there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in essence, this here is actually one of the items that was put forth under the environmental master plan, or when we do the environmental portfolio reporting in usually earlier Q1, usually February, I believe. So this is an item that we could report on very intentionally at that point in time. Now, just noting that the program would be starting in the beginning of 2026, I wouldn't expect an actual report on that in that manner until the very beginning of 2027, reporting on the 2026 first year. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the feedback on that, and I think the timing of the report in 2026 would be kind of a great reminder of the launch and the process into the community, and an opportunity to really highlight the program since it would then be launched. And then I just wanted to express appreciation for administration on the amendments from the first reading. I think we said it's more than just the physical act of keeping them. There's a self-sufficiency aspect of this, and the ability for residents to embrace that urban agricultural from a holistic perspective, not just from a supply of their own provisions. So again, thank you very much for listening to that, and I look forward to hearing any other comments from the rest of council.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make clear, on page 133 of 184, at the top of the page, we go into a definition of livestock. And sometimes I think we're writing a bylaw to cover many things. We have different types of land in Stony, but for this, we're talking about beekeeping and the raising of hens, not roosters. And yet, we go into a list of horse, mule, ass, swine, emu, ostrich, camel, llama, alpaca, sheep, goat. Are we really trying to address that in this bylaw? And we're not allowing these animals in regular residential areas, are we? These are more restricted toward farming properties, larger acreages, et cetera. Am I correct or am I wrong in my thinking?
Your worship to Councillor Hanser, you are correct in your thinking. So the livestock portion of this applies to non-urban or rural areas of town, and really the two programs for beekeeping and hen keeping are the only, I would say, non-domesticated animals that would be allowed within urban areas as per the requirements and regulations of the program.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Councillor Hansard, and definitely that ties into page 134 where it says number M units. It also kind of ties that back together so our residents that are reading this understand what is the meaning of non-domestic animals. So it's just provide some clarity. Any other questions for clear understanding to administration? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to Councillor Fletchko for the motion, please.
Oh, sure, let's just change that up. Perfect. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2723/AC/25 as amended by a bylaw to regulate the keeping of non-domestic animals within the corporate limits of the town of Stony Plain.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Fletchko. Members of council, you have the opportunity to, again, talk about it during first reading. We've seen some updates and some amendments from our administration and some clarity. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? I do not see any hands up, so definitely I support the motion. I think this is, again, part of our strategic plan that we've been talking about urban agriculture for quite a few years now in terms of development and the growth of our community. I love the fact this is kind of outlined so easy for our residents and for ourselves as members of council to review. And I love the fact that, again, mentioned by administration, that if there's any issues and concerns with that, like every other bylaw that we have, they will bring it back to us to review and make amendments as required. So I am happy to support this, and I think I'd like to see definitely next couple of years and some uptake and usage of urban hen keeping and beekeeping. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to third reading. Councillor Loynes.
Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2723/AC/25.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on third reading? Yes, Councillor Loynes.
Just a quick question. On page 134, when we talk about the animal units and we're talking about our rural residents, when it goes to the 15 chickens, there is no specification as to whether those chickens can be roosters or hens. Are we saying that the rurals are allowed roosters?
Okay, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, there's no restriction for roosters necessarily in rural areas. It's just in urban areas.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Nope. I'm in favor of third reading, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Okay, moving on to number 9 of our agenda, to business items. We're looking at 9.1 is the RCMP municipal crime stats. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the January to May 2025 RCMP Municipal Crime Statistics Report for information.
Thank you very much, members of council. You had the presentation, almost 4 hours ago. So that was a little while ago. So if you forget anything, that's not a problem. We have staff here that have a better memory than us, so they can answer questions on our behalf if we have any. But any questions for clarity and understanding on those stats? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I always appreciate when the inspector stops by and is able to give us his report. One of the things I'm wondering, and kind of the same as I mentioned to the inspector about the entire detachment area and what the statistics look like for the detachment area and how Stony Plain fits into that, we do receive our bylaw and our peace officer statistics through our quarterly report. And I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can maybe integrate some of this RCMP reporting potentially into our quarterly report. Essentially, my thought process along this is, as a resident reading that information, I think they'd be very interested to see kind of all of the enforcement in one area. So it wouldn't be, we have to look here for the RCMP statistics, we have to look here for our peace officer statistics. I'm not sure if there's an opportunity or an ability to potentially integrate the statistics into our quarterly report, but I just wanted to kind of put that out to the powers that be as a suggestion that it might be of benefit to the residents.
Okay. Thank you for that comment and suggestion. I think administration will take that back. Any comments of not being able to happen?
Your Worship, we could certainly take a look at that and see, how it would match up, line up. I was jumping to timing, when do theirs come in versus when do ours come in and so on and so forth. How would that look? Kind of first thing that jumped in my head. I think we can take a look at that, see if we can make that work. The other thing that jumped in my head, honestly, was that the vast majority of the numbers that are inside our reports we are very able to speak to. This happened, that happened for the most part. As you saw even this evening, with all of those numbers, even the inspector will have a bit of I'm not sure, I'll have to double check. So not to say that's a reason not to do it. That was just something that jumped in my head as a perspective, I guess.
Thank you. Anything else?
Excellent, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And again, if it's not able to be integrated into our quarterly reports, maybe we can have just one annual kind of snapshot that shows that in some type of a combined document. I think just from a resident perspective, the ability to see all of the enforcement or kind of activity in one snapshot is probably a benefit, and it leaves them not having to jump from here to here to here to here to find all the data. Appreciating that obviously, we can't necessarily speak to the RCMP data, but since they do report to us, they do provide us with a service under contract, it is still information I think that our residents would find useful and to have amalgamated within our own reporting.
Okay. Thank you for the commentary. Any other questions, comments? Okay. See none. Definitely, I do look forward to next reports coming from the inspector. As you heard from the conversations, the inspector is receptive in terms of providing a longer range in terms of data for us. So I think that addresses some of the issues that we can have so we can actually portray to see what's happening in your community. Many times we think things are worse than there because we got a small snapshot, but when we see the overall picture, we get a better understanding. And definitely having that 5 to 10 year kind of window allows us as members of council to better kind of envision what's happening in the community and then also then have that deliberate conversations about enforcement and safety in our community. And definitely looking forward to the crime severity index, as mentioned by the inspector. That shows you where we are in terms of our community and how safe we are as well. With that, anything else to add, Councillor Meyer? Okay. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Moving on to 9.2 business items. This is the appointment of the citizens at large appointments for our new policing committee that we're standing up. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. In alignment with the Police Amendment Act, Town Council passed the Policing Committee bylaw on February 24th of this year to establish a policing committee for the town of Stony Plain. Committee member recruitment was advertised and interviews completed throughout April, May, and June. And the report before council this evening is recommending the appointment of 5 public members and 2 members of council to the policing committee. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for clarity from administration to administration? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Not a question, just a very quick comment. A quick search of Stony Plain Policing Committee still brings up the application for this committee. So it's not linked directly on the boards and committees site, but it is easy to find through a quick search engine search. And so just a note to administration that that's still public facing.
Good. Thank you for that, and appreciate it. Administration, did you mark that?
Thank you, we have.
Thank you. And Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you to administration. It's my understanding for this committee, there is a certain level of security clearance that's required to be obtained by the members of the committee. With that in mind, I'm just wondering if there is a tentative date in when this committee is expected to be stood up and to actually begin its operations.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, you're correct. Security clearance is required under the legislation. So once Council has appointed these members, we'll start sending that documentation out to them. Again, depending on the background of the individual, that may take a short amount of time, that may take a longer period of time. So really, we're targeting the fall at some point for the first meeting, which would be an orientation meeting at best, and then continue forward from there. So really, the speed at which we get those applications back will determine how quickly we can get the committee together.
Thank you, appreciate that. And just for clarity, the public members who are recommended here have been made aware of that process and are aware that the committee may not actually start meeting until that time frame?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, yes, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding to administration? Councillor Loynes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, with what the gentleman manager just mentioned about potentially having the first meeting not to the fall, could that not potentially cause more hindrance for an orientation meeting, knowing that the election is in October and we may or may not have the same councillor sitting at this table, and then whoever is here would then have to go through another security screening? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the majority of the policing committee will be non-elected officials. So I think there's some yes, positive progress in that. And if members of council, if we all get unelected, then we all get unelected, and the next council will make their appointments, and then they'll go from there. Just like every other committee that we've had in terms of our boards and appointing committees, this fall is an election. Okay. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was really pleased to see so many people interested in this committee. The public members would have applied to advertising or whatever by the town, I would suppose. What process was used to select members of council for this?
Administration?
Administration just did the choosing?
Administration, yes. Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Hansard, certainly we did get close to 50 applications. We reviewed the applications, shortlisted that down to 11, and then we interviewed 11. Myself and the inspector actually conducted the interviews over a 3-day period, and we had a scoring matrix that we went through, and honestly, any one of the 11 could absolutely have sat on the committee. So that's how competitive even the 11 interviews were.
Great. So the members of council did not apply. They were just chosen by administration. Is that correct?
That is not correct. That was chosen by me. I think when we had a conversation when we were standing this up, I asked members of council who was interested, and based on your availability. So there's a few councillors that were not available because of their current employment or their business in terms of other committees. So there was 4 of us that were doing in the name, and I picked them, and Councillor Meyer and Councillor Laurie are right now the appointees until the next organization meeting, which is October of 2026.
Thank you.
2025, I mean. Thank you. Appreciate those questions of clarity and understanding. Any other questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Okay, with that, see no more questions of clarity and understanding. Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council, 1, appoint public members as presented to fill the vacancies on the Policing Committee, and 2, appoint Councillor Justin Laurie and Councillor Eric Meyer to the Policing Committee until the next organizational meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, there is a motion on the floor. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Go ahead, Councillor Pletchko.
So can a councillor appoint himself to a committee through a motion?
A councillor is not appointing himself to the meeting. It is the fact that the council will vote on it and council will appoint them.
We don't record names and who makes the motion.
Yes.
It's not recorded in minutes.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments?
Perception, I guess, when you watch it, the perception might suggest something. I think maybe we should have some.
Point of order, Your Worship. If it makes it easier, I'm more than happy to pass this motion to someone else.
All right, thank you. And then I think that's one of the reasons we do not record the name of the councillor that was making it, and that's why I just choose, and that's why it's a motion of council that makes the motion, and then we vote on it all together as a whole. But with that, with the withdrawal of motion from Councillor Laurie, I'll go to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council appoint the public members as presented to fill the vacancies on the Policing Committee and appoint Councillor Justin Councillor Justin Laurie and Councillor Eric Meyer to the Policing Committee until the next organizational meeting. Not as funny as I think I am.
That was good, actually. If you would actually just read your name into it, that would. All right. All right, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, definitely, if this motion passes, definitely want to congratulate those individuals that have been appointed to the Policing Commission. So I mentioned that there was 11 candidates that interviewed, and they were very, very well representative. They could actually sit on the commission as well. So is there a process to keep them interested and informed until the next committee appointments? Because I think we have 2 at 2 years and 3 at 5 years. So, and with as much interest, I don't want to say, hey, thanks, and have them be dropped off and not be fully involved in enhancing our community.
Your Worship, certainly a lot of the names were members that are people that have sat on our committees previously, our council committees. We definitely did promote our other committees that council does have with relation to their ability to sit on those committees and contribute back to our community. Certainly, I think as this committee gets struck and there might be some ad hoc project work that we could definitely lean into some of those that did apply for the committee.
Yeah, Your Worship, I appreciate thanks for that particular question. I'd add a little bit further too. So one of the as you noticed, the numbers were pretty high for this particular committee. Council has probably seen when the numbers are not quite so high for other committees, but we have seen, I would say a bit of a more renewed interest in some of these over the past 18, 24 months, which, from an engagement thing is certainly a good thing. So just to add to what General Manager has said, I know offered a bit of a challenge or a task, so to speak. I know my partner sitting to my left on our legislative services branch is thinking about in different ways that we can continue to engage with unsuccessful candidates as we kind of move forward on some of the committees, and not saying that something is going to change tomorrow necessarily, but it is on the radar as to how do we take these people that are interested in being a part of some of the process and the structures that we do have, and continue to engage with them in different ways. So, Your Worship, just wanted to add that to what the GM said, and certainly something that's on the radar.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate? No, just a follow-up question to what the General Manager mentioned about maybe an ad hoc committee for the members that applied but did not actually make the committee. So will those individuals also have to pass the higher level of security check to sit on these ad hoc committees?
Your Worship, we would have to ask the province if that's actually a fact. However, if it's just project work or gathering some data for us or something like that, sitting at a table, perhaps promoting versus actually conducting or sitting at the meeting, it may be permitted. But we'd certainly have to get that clarification from the province.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments, debate? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to our agenda, number 10 is council discussion. So this is the time that council has the ability to update the rest of council on committee reports in items that may be occurring in our community, or actually then ask questions to administration from our residents as well. We'll start with Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted just to mention that we do have a candidate information center session happening tomorrow, June 24th, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. here at Town Hall, for all of those that are interested to seeing what it takes and all the commitments required for being a town councillor or even town mayor. As well as our first culture campfire is happening on July 3rd from 7 to 8. It's the final day of school for students on June 26th, so for all of our residents, just watch out for kids running around, and I want all the students to enjoy their summer, and happy Canada Day on July 1st.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Deputy Mayor, we'll now go to Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, thank you very much. I wanted to say that the Tri-Region Mayor's golf tournament was really a success, raised a fairly large amount of money for the NeighborLink program. That kind of money, do we know what the final number was? I think I had to leave before the number came up, but it was over $20,000, wasn't it?
Yes, we presented a check to NeighborLink Parkland for $20,000. And when we finish all the accounting, if there's more, then there will be another small donation after.
Great. But that kind of money to an organization that does so much in a small context means the world, and it enables them to carry on their great work. I also wanted to say that I noticed the first time an e-scooter has been left on the overpass on Highway 779 as the overpass swings down from the dead center point into town, and it's been there for several days. Do we know how that can get removed? And I don't say that sitting there is a hazard, but I hope that that's a rare thing that we will see. I've had a couple of concerns raised about scooters being left in the middle of the walking trails in High Park area, in West Era. I also think that, I don't know how they work exactly, but if they use a credit card to put in a certain amount of time to use the scooters, and then it runs out, that people just leave them. But are there guidelines anywhere for people to understand you don't leave them right in the middle of the walking trails? You should not leave them right on the roadway, particularly going over the overpass, that they must be put into a safe place so that it doesn't maybe get out of hand?
Yep, good comment, Councillor.
And the other thing I noticed when I took some things up to the Rotary Recycle yesterday, there was somebody taking blue bags out of the blue bag containers with a big long stick and a stool. And I thought it was a person working there, so I actually thanked him for doing such a great job. And then he told me that he was digging in there and taking the bags apart to pull things out that he could use to turn in for money. And I'm just curious, is there a rule against that? I'm thinking that once those blue bags go into those receptacles, they belong now to the waste removal company. They don't belong to the public. I could be wrong about that, but are there any guidelines? And I'm not the one to go back and tell him, but maybe we could have someone keep an eye out. And I did just happen to get a picture of the van that he was driving and his license number.
Okay, thank you for those. Go to administration regarding the e-scooters.
Your worship, through to Councillor Hansard. Certainly, if it's a bird scooter, I'll check with the company. It should not be up on the highway. I think I'll check with them to make sure that's a no-go zone. But certainly with those particular scooters, we can change where they go and what their permissions are. Typically speaking, their crew that operates bird scooters will go around every night and collect them and put them back at locations that are accessible for people. So with respect to Hyde Park and Westera, I definitely have the conversation with the company related to perhaps getting in there a bit more frequently. They do have GPS on all those scooters. If the scooters run out of battery, they have a crew that comes and picks them up and puts and replace them with those that have a recharged battery. You are right, you do have to have a credit card in order to use the particular device. If you don't park it in a designated parking area, the device keeps running your credit card until such time that you move it to the right. So it kind of promotes that you put it in the right location and stop it at the right location. Otherwise, your card's just going to continue to be metered.
Somebody won't be very happy. Mr. Mayor, just for our general manager, northbound lane on the overpass going before you would hit the dead center point on the overpass. 3 days it's been there, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And to the GM regarding the blue bags?
Your worship, I'll speak to that quickly. Yes, so the short answer there for Councillor Hansard, anybody else, is no, that's not allowed. Typically, if we see it happening, conversation will be had with the individual, and they'll either be asked to leave or just explain you can't be doing that. So that's the basic answer. It's not allowed to be removing things from the recycle center.
Good enough, Mr. Mayor. I'll forward the information to the town manager that I have.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two things this evening. First, just a question to administration in relation to the crosswalk, the crossing lights on South Park Drive and 43rd Avenue. I know these were of concern before. We did manage to get them repaired. There was an amendment made during corporate plan to include improvements to that intersection and those crossing lights within this calendar year. I see that unfortunately it appears we've had more issues with the old infrastructure, and I believe a temporary set has been placed there at the current time. I'm just wondering if we can get a status update on the improvements to that pedestrian crossing.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. So you are correct. The lights at South Park Drive intersection were malfunctioning. We did relocate another set from Westera to this location to ensure that the operation of the crossing continued. As for a status, so we did, I know staff have completed a preliminary review of the intersection. They're considering, I saw some preliminary options just this past week. Staff are getting some recommendations together for us to consider and see what we can implement this year. Right now, I don't have a formal update for council, though this, just want to give assurance that this is something that we are looking into.
Hey, appreciate it, thank you. And then just wanted to give a kudos to town staff. On Friday during my garbage collection, had a minor amount of damage done to one of my bins. Instead of taking the route of sending an email, I decided to use our report it function. I put in a report on Friday evening, received an email back this morning, and this afternoon I had a town staff member out there with a new bin and the tools, and he took a look at my bin, made repairs to my bin that I had noted, made repairs that I hadn't noted because the vents at the bottom were apparently missing. He replaced those as well and got my bin back to brand new, and away he went. It was fantastic. It was a great turnaround. It was awesome to see that report it function works incredibly well and that our staff are on top of that. And it was great to get the communication this morning giving acknowledgement that had been received and that it was in the queue and ready to go. So just again, a kudos and an encouragement to residents. You know, Facebook is not the place to get your issues addressed. If you have a problem, we have the tools. Please use them. They work.
Okay. Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick shout out to the Westview Health Foundation for a fabulous golf tournament that some of us participated in. It's probably the wettest golf game I have ever played in my life. We were like ducks on the course, and there was puddles all over the place, but thanks to the team that was out there, they were a team, and they supported Westview, and I believe they raised over 40 grand, so kudos to that foundation. Quick question for administration. I'm looking for some clarification on tax notices. So we've sent tax notices out to residential places, and some of them have had a letter sent. Some of them have received a letter, and some of them have had money taken out of their account without knowing it's there. I've directed them to administration, and what I've been told in the latest one is that when they ask for the letter that they have not received for justification on the additional amount, they're told that if they want a copy of that they need to spend $25 to get a registered letter sent to them. I'm just looking for clarification. If the letter has not been sent, or if they have not received it, and somebody is looking for a copy of the letter, how hard is it for us just to be able to give them that letter without causing that extra?
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Palechko. Just for clarity, the front desk will reprint anything that wasn't received in the mail. If we do get something back that's a return to sender, like there's an error in the address or something like that, then the team will investigate why that wasn't sent out and try to contact that property owner in a different manner. But yes, if they need a reprint, we will definitely do that at no cost at the front desk.
Can that be sent as well to the individual? So if the individual doesn't have the time during office hours to come in and get it, can that be resent to them?
I think we could definitely look at some different avenues to resend a copy of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll apologize. I do have a bit of a list this evening, and some commentary and some questions, but we'll work through as quickly as we can. Certainly appreciate staff's effort in getting some signage for our council tent at our Midsummer Thursday. In previous years, there was a lot of questions about who are you and why are you here? And, you know, are you the visitor center, that sort of thing. We can be if you need us to be. And but this year, having some signage there, I think brought clarity. And I know a number of my colleagues and myself had some fantastic conversations with residents and guests to the community, so we appreciate that. So kudos to staff there. Two of the questions that came up, I think, deserve some follow-up. One was just sort of a miss on my part when we went through the pavement quality index, and an individual brought forward the question around our gravel alleyways and laneways and so on. We've talked about our roadways and our pavement. We talked about our trail systems and our sidewalks. But in that conversation, it was noted how much gravel there was in terms of mileage, but not much of a conversation around their maintenance and if there's a plan for eventual paving in some of those areas. So just looking to administration for some comments, please.
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. A couple of comments on the gravel lanes and how they relate to how we assess the roads. So, as you noted, we provided the council a pavement quality index update, which outlined all the paved surfaces within the town, as well as an inventory of the gravel roads that the town does own and maintain. The gravel roads do not fall into a PQI of, they don't have an indicator like PQI. We typically rely on general maintenance, basically this is regrading, reshaping of the roadways, not adding gravel from time to time. And just, we put those into more general maintenance categories. They are there is a more regular rhythm to those alleys, and they are, there is a cost effectiveness to them as well. We do get that question frequently about when are we going to pave, when are we not. Currently, there are no plans to pave those current alleys in the I'll call it the 10-year capital plan. This is something that we consider. Just a couple of comments though. Back alleys, though we did the ones on Highway 779 with the province a couple of years ago, the back alleys are typically, they can be some of the more difficult ones to pave. It's not just as simple as putting some new surface on. There's generally a great deal of utilities. There can be unforeseen issues such as drainage, other access issues. Some perspective there is that they can actually be sometimes more complicated than doing local roads or some of the bigger roads, just because of how the residents will interact with them. That's not a reason not to do something. That's just there's a consideration as to when we're looking at as we discussed at the update. When we're considering where to put the investments with our road money, with the road funding that's provided by council, we try and maximize not just the dollars per kilometer, but we also try and address areas that have significant betterment to the area. For example, 43rd Streets, like we talked about at length at the update. So. In short, we're keenly aware of the gravel inventory. We do have very good operators that go through them and ensure that they are maintained. And we do look at options to make sure we're maximizing life and maximizing benefit for those that use them.
Perfect, and I certainly appreciate that, and certainly making the best use of available dollars for our roadways. If there's a particular area that's experiencing a significant amount of dust, for example, in the summer, we have a number of gravel areas that are just off multi-unit buildings, and residents express that struggling to even sit outside at times, especially high traffic times going through due to the amount of dust that is kicked up. So just any thoughts? Is that something we can have, some water sprayed or something? Just your thoughts there, please.
Through your worship to you, Councillor Anderson, all the council. The best thing always with anything in our roadways or at our Public Works infrastructure is always to send us a request through Public Works. It's the first best thing to do. But in light of that, if there's a specific location, there are a couple of methods we can do. We don't, I was just talking with our ops team this morning, actually. We were talking about dust control in general, mostly to do with the larger rural roads, but just in general. They haven't been able to get out and do any of those because of the rain. We have been fortunate to have natural dust control as of late, but I do appreciate that doesn't allow people to use their backyards. So if there is a problem area and residents are having issues, that are notable issues, please just contact us. There are things that we can employ to try and help with that.
Perfect, and I think that will help, certainly, residents feeling like they do have an avenue if they're trying to enjoy, and we have a spell of dry weather and things get dusty, that there are some options available to them, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I do have a question for the General Manager of Community and Social Development, and so good to see you here with us. Spoke with a community member who had gone down to the CSD office looking for support and was surprised to find the doors were locked. In my conversation, actually, let me back up. Would the General Manager please share with us the sort of operating hours for CSD, and then maybe I'll have a follow-up after that.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Anderson and the rest of Council. So the Forest Green building is locked during the business day. We work on an appointment-only basis and a program hour basis. So what we do is we ask residents to give the office a call, and generally we're able to provide support over the phone and direct them to the best possible place, pardon me, to receive support. If not, then we are able to schedule an appointment with one of our Community Connector staff members to have a more in-depth conversation with them.
Okay, thank you for that. And maybe just some thoughts on the appointment only approach. I spent probably 10 years working with FCSS in a different municipality, just summer roles and that sort of thing. And I know we found a lot of value in walk-ins. Maybe it's individuals who didn't have access to a cell phone or otherwise to arrange those appointments. I know that was trying to balance with the safety of work alone procedures and whatnot. And so just some thoughts, if you wouldn't mind, on the approach to being appointment only as opposed to having some open office hours for residents to come by the building.
So, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Anderson. So we do track how people get to our office. We do follow up with them to see if they've had, troubles connecting with us. We also have connectors out in locations such as active at the youth center and at the library in different ways to get in touch with us. What we're really trying to do is to sort of manage the balance between staffing time, having people available at the office, having people available to deliver different programs around the community. And what we tend to find is that when people are able to reach the office, generally we're able to help them over the phone more often than coming in. And so the best, most direct way to get them the fastest support that they need is generally over the phone. I say we take appointments. The appointments are usually fairly short notice, sometimes the same day. And we always keep an eye out to make sure that, if we see people outside the building, if we see people knocking on, or hear people knocking on the door, we do absolutely go and approach them. It's just trying to manage the balance between keeping an office open with staff coverage and providing residents with that most direct support that they can get, largely through 211. And that's one of our major referral sources for community resources and social supports.
Okay, and thank you for that information. I do think there may be a gap for some, and again, that may or may not have access to a cell phone. Yeah, one of the individuals I spoke to spoke very highly of the community connectors being out and available, but at the same time, they grieved the lack of opportunity to be able to walk in and have a conversation. The particular individual that I spoke with had shared that they had tried to bring a couple of individuals by the office, and those individuals walked away in her words, defeated because they weren't able to speak to someone directly. And so I certainly appreciate the approach that's being taken, and just hope as things move forward, if there is opportunity maybe for some open office hours, that would be considered. Certainly, I think, as an example, one of our community organizations I met with over the weekend has been trying to provide cell phones to some of our most vulnerable because they didn't have that access to a communication device. And so we just want to make sure everyone has equitable opportunity to access the supports that are available. So thank you for the clarity there, and certainly lots for us to consider. Over the weekend, we had the opportunity to spend a day, or part of a day, with the Stony Plain Spruce Grove Filipino Association at their Filipino Heritage Day. I believe June 12th is Heritage Independence Day. They recognized it on June 21st, and a tremendous turnout, tremendous celebration. They continue to grow their program offering. They continue to focus on bringing members of the larger community, not just the Filipino community, to celebrate with them. And we had a great time celebrating their Independence Day together. On the same day, we were able to head down to Skydancer to recognize National Indigenous Peoples Day, which I know is important to our municipality and our council and our community, and an important way for us to celebrate the rich culture and heritage and contributions of Canada's Indigenous peoples, and taking time to recognize and remember our shared history together. And so certainly an enriching weekend with a number of our community groups. And then lastly, I had the privilege to visit Carrar Performing Arts presentation. Unfortunately, had to go to Fort Saskatchewan for that one because we don't have facilities in the area that are suitable for the level of production that they put on, and certainly a conversation there for another time, but they had over 200 performers between the ages of 10 to I believe over 50, I think was the oldest performer that was there, and they performed a stage version of Inside Out. And so, from my perspective, having witnessed a lot of youth Theater, as a school teacher and community worker, I would suggest that this was very high quality, certainly professional quality, a full range production. I think, well over 2 hours, 2 acts with an intermission and so on, over 2,000 tickets sold. We had local PSD schools actually busing out to Fort Saskatchewan to take in the presentation as well. And they're a local business just, down the street from here. They continue to grow and expand their offerings. They've welcomed a number of different organizations into their program space, but certainly a real celebration of community. In talking with their leadership, it was shared that the majority of performers were from Stony Plain, although they do serve residents in Spruce Grove and Parkland County as well. But I think a real source of pride. This year was privileged to attend with members of our economic development team, but I think maybe there's an opportunity here for council to hop on a bus or head out together next year for their presentation of Narnia. And I think it'd be a great opportunity for us to support a local organization. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Moving on to Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep it nice and short this evening. Wish everybody a happy Canada Day coming up, and that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. In terms of, I think that was very thorough for members of council to covering the events that were happening. Definitely just want to invite everybody to the next summer sessions. This is on Wednesday, every Wednesday for the next, I think, 8 more weeks. I think it's a great opportunity for you to, members to get out, connect with members of the community and people that are just coming in to check out the music. And it's always a great opportunity to say hi to the Visitor Information Center. There is I think 2 students that are usually hired over the summer to connect with our residents and visitors that come into our community. So definitely something that you don't want to miss. And also for the June 27th, our MP Dane Lloyd is having his Canada Day celebrations a little bit earlier, just so that he can get all the places in his riding. So June 27th, if you're in and about, come for a hot dog and say hi to our MP. With that ends council discussion, so we'll move into next item is closed session. So this is the time that members of council will go into closed session as per our agenda. So it is government relations. With that, there is no motions made in camera except for the one that is made to move out of camera, and that will be recorded. So those that are in camera today will be members of council and our CAO.
Your Worship, before we do that, do we need a motion to extend? I don't know if closed session will be done in 20 minutes.
No, if we get to that point, we will make a motion to come out of closed session, make a motion to extend past that, and then we'll go back into closed session. But at this point in time, I don't want to predetermine how long we'll be. Okay. So with that, when I take the motion to go into closed session, we'll take a quick 5-minute recess to let individuals leave the chambers that are not supposed to be in the conversation, and those that are to remain. And then if anybody that's in the gallery would like to be notified when we come back out of closed session, please stay in the lobby and we'll bring you back when it's time. With that, I'll take a motion to go to the camera. Councillor Laurie.
I move we go on camera.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? Okay, that is carried. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. If administration can get everything all ready. members of council and those that have stayed to join us. So council just has come out of closed session. So earlier at 9:59, council was in closed session, and there was a motion by Councillor Meyer to come out of closed session. That passed 7-0. And then Councillor Loyens, the deputy mayor, made a motion to go over 10 p.m., and that was passed 7-0. And then Councillor Pletchko made a motion to go back into camera at 10 o'clock. We came back into closed session, and we had the conversation about government relations. And then Councillor Hansard, just a couple minutes ago, made a motion to come out of closed session, so the motion passed 7-0. And we're back into our regular council meeting in public, and it brings us to our agenda item number 12, which is adjournment. So members of council, thank you for your conversation. Thank you to our staff for putting down the agenda packages for us and continue to move our community forward in terms of the responsible pet ownership and the non-domestic animal bylaw, and also then again, council approving the zoning change on Willow Park Stage 10. So with that, we are adjourned. Have a good night, and we'll see you at the next meeting.